Hey everybody, how's it going? What's up Herzen? What's up Japoni? Godfilms? Hey Matt Sweeney. Yeah! Today we're gonna try to do some crafting stuff and we're just gonna blast some maps. I spent a lot of What's up, Young? Yeah, I spent a lot of contempts to get the base where I need it to be. So I think at this point I prefix, scour, prefix, and then we try to unveil it. It's only 492, but we haven't done the unveil for the increased viz, so it should sit like somewhere around almost 800 before we get attack speed on there. Oh, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So, the other thing I was working on was doing the helms, but every helm that I've done hasn't bricked. So I think I gotta run tempo to try to double corrupt these to get them to brick. And then buy some more helms to roll. But I was trying to do the whole Abyssus annoying thing too. Just got EV armor gloves with a bunch of stats. I was purchasing the helms for about like 10C. And the only expensive oil was the opalescent for each of these, so it's about like 10C plus 2 opalescents. It's probably like 30C each helm. Hey boss, gotta love your build idea and all the content you create about it. Hey, thanks Dead Degenerator. What are you farming right now? I've just been doing like beasts, which have been actually pretty good money. Harvest, ritual. I'm sorry, not harvest. Essence, ritual, and beasts, and then exarch. Jesus. Expensive. Alright, let's start the day off and see how lucky we are. Correct me if I'm wrong, Japoni. Oh, I don't have this yet. I gotta do the Coward's Trial. I'm pretty sure I want to scour after prefix on this to get rid of the suffixes, and then we prefix again, and then we veil. At least when I was simming it on Craft of Exile, that's like the play. Because I want to get rid of these, I don't want these suffixes on here, so I need to prefix scour to get rid of those, then prefix and then veil it. Essentially. Because I would prefer to prefix it, scour it, prefix it, veil it, and then I get my prefix, and then we can go from there. Like the base part of the staff is done. And in the short term, I could just craft like attack speed on it and call it a day. No? If I veil this after I do prefixes can't be scourged, it removes the non-metama. So, hold on. Let's get something real quick. Okay, so prefix, and then veil it. So worst case scenario, if I get a suffix like this, I can still scour it for free, is what you're saying, like that. I gotcha. Ideal situation would be we don't get that. But this is my problem though. If I veil it, right, and I hit a prefix like this, I'm stuck with these two suffixes. Do you see what I'm saying? So say I unveil this, yeah, I get the fizz, but now I have two suffixes I don't want. I guess at this point you just do you just do prefixes can't be scoured. What am I thinking? Yeah. No, I understand. Okay. I get it. Yeah. So we get a free scour, otherwise we get our fizz, and then we can just wipe the suffixes anyways. Prep it for the attack speed. Okay. Like that. And then we go into attack speed. Okay. Alright, so I need a coward's trial. Oh, it is true, right? Yeah. We need a coward's trial. I don't think I can buy that from him, right? I don't think I can get maps here. Yeah, okay. I gotta check trade. I don't think I have any singulars. I got two. My loot filter is kind of open-ended slip because it's a trade loot filter, so I want to see other bases to trade. It's not like SSF where it's specifically only stuff for this build. Rip. Yeah. Complain about being unable to craft with two hand, and you just crafted a nice. Very, very nice. No, it's all axe, right? For the snaking and fisher guys. For sure. This map's actually pretty good for XP.
This will hurt.
I just posted a vid on my YouTube channel, Milker, for crafting staffs. I hit the T1 Fizz plus T6 hybrid within 20 essences. Nice. Trying to do the crit convert, and let's just say loot drops have been super bad, so I don't have enough pushing T16s and just not pushing out enough damage. Yeah, make sure you have your hit chance as close to cap as possible, and you respec into the points in the tree that I specify on the POB for crit. Got a foiled 50 plus divine jewel, and it's because of your amazing guide. Ah, thanks, troll. I appreciate that. Yeah, you really want to make sure that you're running precision. And getting the crit notes on the tree. The crit cluster jewels might be kind of hard for some people if they don't have currency, but it should be fairly easy to you respec points on your tree and run precision. Hey, there it is. Yeah, you should be running precision if you've gone crit. It's huge.
Orbit's going.
Oh, okay. You should probably swap to crit. Yeah. By the time you're in T16s, you should be crit converted. You should have already converted to crit. I'm probably going to scale back that loadout for Resolute Technique. I think you guys got the wrong impression about actually running that all the way to 90 is like something you should be doing. I just had that in there as an example that you could run Resolute Technique that late in the game, but I mean, when you look at the damage, it's low. And the number one thing I hear is, oh, my damage doesn't feel great. Well, look at the damage on Resolute Technique versus crit. That's why you don't need loot broken to go crit. All you need is to be as close as possible to your hit chance. If you don't, if precision isn't enough, you can run Eagle Eye on your tree with this 500 accuracy node. And you also need to spec into stuff like smashing strikes to scale your crit strike chance, into disemboweling with this critical mastery to scale your crit multi. And you can start crit just doing that, and your damage will be significantly better. You can definitely make a better divine. Yeah, no problem, broken. You can definitely make a better staff ska with 2 divine. This one that I made right here was like less than a divine. And I used this for most of my map progression. Remember when this was a very popular dagger? I always buy the Azimite bases. They have the highest crit chance. Okay. Here we go. Prefixes can't be changed. Moment of truth, guys. It's a prefix. Let's go. It's a prefix. Alright, so the best case scenario here is... I did a video ska on crafting staffs on my YouTube channel. It kind of breaks down how you can make a starter staff for T16s. The best case here is that we get the increased fizz with Impale. That would be dope. Can we be so lucky? And how good will the roll be? Hey, we got the Impale. We can divine it later. That's all that matters. We can divine it later. Oh, it's already so much better. It's already so much better than what I'm using. Alright. Oh, okay. And it replaced the lightning. So when you say reforge speed, do you mean reforge speed or add remove speed? For 100% not bricking? Well, add remove is 100% not bricking, right? Yeah. Wouldn't add remove... Would add remove touch... What happens if add remove doesn't touch the gain and it touches the prefix can't be changed? Doesn't that essentially brick the staff? Because I'd have to scour off the gain, like per enemy killed. When do you recommend going crit? Because the vid. Speed is attack mod. Like, let me sim this real quick. So you're saying add remove speed. Definitely doesn't brick it. But then what happens with this gain life? How do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of this stat? If it hits the craft instead. So you're saying now I should get rid of this and do cannot roll attack? And then reforge speed? I'm not understanding. After the add remove, your craft cannot roll attack. Okay. So we do a harvest reforge speed. And let's say I hit like the right attack speed. Because if I don't, I have to scour it, right? That's whatever. But let's say I get it to... I just want to sim this as if it hits... Okay, say this was a good attack speed, even though... Yeah, no problem, Scott. Say this is a good attack speed, even though it isn't. Now I would do cannot roll attack. And then what? Shaper slam it? It's full on mods. A null, gotcha. It's a 50-50 to remove it. Gotcha, okay. So we'll only... Oh, right. I understand. Okay. And worst case scenario, if it removes the, if it removes it, I just do... Got it. So worst case scenario, if it removes cannot roll attack, I just redo cannot roll attack and I null again till eventually it's gone. And then I Shaper Slam. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yep, so how much is it for the attack speed? It's a lot, right? It's like a ridiculous a lot. It's like 20,000 juice and one of the expensive boys. How much is a sacred crystallized life force? Jeez. 3 divines? I think I have some extra divines from my sales tab. Okay, yeah, we got some more. Guess we grab sacred. Ooh, I'm gonna check trade just in case traditional trade is cheaper than this. I went ground slam of earth shaking. It does slightly more damage, Mark, and it has a better AoE. Yeah. Always check the trade site, guys. Always check the trade site. It's 2 divine cheaper. Oh. Is this guy a bot? How's it 30C for a sacred? Let me go back to my hideout. I don't understand. I looked it up. It's... What's 30 chaos? I don't understand, Japoni. If I look up sacred here... Oh, it is. Oh. Oh, gotcha. Wow, that's a scam. Wow, okay. Holy shit. I almost got scammed for not doing my due diligence. That's crazy. Dude, thank you. Yeah. Holy shit, dude. So what is it saying for divines? 5 for 1. Got it. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, because 3, 6, 9, 12, 5. Okay, woo. Alright, so we can get more if I need it. Wow. I need to have some coffee before I get into serious crafting here. Alright, then we need the yellow life force. 1 is 8,000. What is the chaos ratio? 52 for 1. Okay. So we need 20,000. So this is the expensive part, basically, is the life force. You just yellow reforge speed? I'm not bricking the staff, dude. Nah. Nah. I guess when you say YOLO reforged, that wouldn't brick the staff though, as long as we have prefixes on there. You're just hoping that it hits. Might be cheaper to do it that way, for sure. Oh, I see, because... Oh, and full suffixes? Yeah, I'm not bricking it. Yeah, you're right. You could get full suffixes. I'm not bricking this guy. No, 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 no. We're not bricking. We're not bricking. Alright, here we go. We gotta hope we got a good speed roll. It is actually garbage. It's actually garbage. Alright, I guess we have to prefix can't be changed and we go again. Right? We got a prefix can't be changed and then we have to scour it. Then we do prefix can't be changed and we go again. Also, I have like on the very low end of both of these, so I think it's worth actually chucking one divine on this thing and rolling it. Actually, I should wait till it's done. What am I thinking? Alright, so... prefix. And then we scour. Okay, then prefix. And then we reforge speed again. It's already so much better than my current staff. It's crazy. Oh my god. Oh dude, we're gonna be broke so quick. Worst case scenario, if I get down to low money, I'm just going to craft attack speed on it, and then I'll use it for a while until I gin up some more currency. Because like I was saying in my video, the only way this really becomes kind of shitty is if we shaper slam it. Yeah, I just... anything's better than 7%, right, Japoni? Like, anything's better than 7%. But Japoni, like, someone pointed this out to me on my video, if I shaper slam it and get movement speed, even if I was to wipe it at that point, it's just exalt it and hopefully... like, there's no going... I hope you get the... it's rough. You can just attack speed, but the only with exalts, and that's just... Alright, moment of truth, guys. We need at least a 2. Thanks, Ed, for... I didn't even look. I don't know. $22 out. It's probably not bad. Only says 882. I guess if I divined it up, I can get it high with better rolls. Could get it to like up to 983, yeah, if you rolled it perfectly almost. This is fine. I think I'm gonna take the attack speed. And now we just shaper slam it and we hope that we don't get movement speed. Okay. This is fine for now. Let me grab a Shaper's Orb. Currency exchange. Shaper. So how do I get the heist implicit on it, Japoni, for the explicit modifiers? The magnitude. Do I just have to find somebody that has that? Like, how do you get the heist on there? It's the heist orb that's 70C. Ah, okay. Alright, let's grab Shaper Orb. Alright, this is the scary part. This is the scary part. Please don't give me movement speed. Please don't give me movement speed. It bricks your links, so I'd have to relink the staff. So if I use the heist implicit orb, it breaks my links, and I would just have to relink it. I could always do that later when I've just saved it. Will it still have 6 sockets? It just breaks the links. Because the way I look at it is... Oh, it's a random enchant. So you just spam the heist orb on it, basically? Gotcha. It doesn't brick the actual mods, though, right? Like, the mods would stay, and the worst case scenario is I just, does it... When you say it breaks the links, do you mean it actually unlinks my 6th link, or just changes the colors? Okay. So what I could do is just like roll this now, and then when I save up more currency, enough to be able to like buy a 6th link essentially, then I just heist it, get the implicit magnitude, and then I can recolor it and link it easily, right? That's just basically the play there, I think. Okay. If I get movement speed, we're screwed. +1 to power charges. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty good. I mean, power charge is pretty good. Hey, you know what it isn't? You know what it's not? It's not movement speed. It's not movement speed. That's what that is. Alright, I am gonna like throw a few divines at this thing just to see if I can, because the way I look at this right now is both of my fizz rolls are so low, it's worth throwing a divine at this. I kind of want to keep divining it a few more times. I want to try to hit like at least 130 and I'll just take this for now. It's fine. I guess I just put crit multi on this thing, right? I can hit close to 1k with like perfect rolled, but I don't want to waste all my divines right now. I guess we just put crit multi on it. Chosen crit chance. Strengthen it. You think I should increase the crit chance of the base? I don't think there's any attack speed Fizz hybrid. Yeah. There's like when an enemy is nearby, but eh. I could just increase the crit chance base of the weapon. And the intelligence is nice. What do you guys think? Do I go for the crit multi or do I go for increasing the crit strike chance of the weapon? I feel like multi is usually better. Yeah. Let me pull up my character and we'll see. Yeah, it's character it's going to be character specific, right? So let me just look at my character. Well, we won't be doing the chest for a minute. Like, the only other thing I think I'm going to craft today, now that the staff is situated, is I would like to get one of those Abyssus Corrupted Helms with the 2 Annoyance. I think that would be pretty dope. That's like an extra, that could be potentially an extra 70 crit multi, or as low as 50. So, that's where I'm going to get some extra crit multi, to be honest. Oh, I pulled in the wrong character. Rip. Okay. On average, it takes 57 helmets? What the fuck, dude? Okay. Well, honestly, the next thing I might work on then... Honestly, what I might work on then is getting my Storm Shroud and my Stygian Vice and getting Elemental Ailment Immunity, because I would like that, to be honest. Alright, let me put on the new staff and go to a different zone, so UV updates. I'm also going to drop Conk and we're going to move over to Impale on our GC. Like so. I didn't think to do that, Japone. I'm not smart. Alright, import my stuff again. Alright, let's see, General's Cry. Alright, so we got our new staff. Let's go ahead and grab that. Critical. Alright, so crit multi looks like 361k. Strength and intelligence. Way more, yeah. Way more. Crazy. Okay. So right now it's at 945. That's fine. We can do. I'll divine it later to get it closer to 1k. Now sitting at 4 power charges. And I actually got to grab better gem for my impale. I actually need to get 20/20 on all of my. I might do that next. Actually, fix all my gems up. A significant damage increase. Look at that. That's crazy. Just getting the quality on my stuff. Crazy damage. And then if we cycle in the Cyclone on top of it. So really my next biggest upgrade, in all honesty, is getting 21/20 jewels, or gems I should say, on everything. So if I get 21/20 gems on my 2 main skill links, and I throw the crit enchant or benchcraft on there, we're sitting at around 19 mil burst damage. It's not too bad for day 5. Termination from the mercenary. My character's name is Sanavi Spins and Wins. Well, obviously Awakened Gems would be best, actually, but I'm just saying it's going to be cheaper to probably get 21/20s. Actually not. Just to get to like level 1 Awakens might be cheaper depending on which one we're talking about.
I should have a drink with Tujan later.
The chance is 100. Yeah, it's only if you try to buy like a 520 or something that they'd be expensive. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. So this is my boss damage basically on burst. I pop down my banner with pride up. We're looking at this, and then if I'm mapping, we take banner off. But we have frenzy charges, we have build recently. We've killed a unique recently. Yeah, so we have almost 16 mil just on mapping. Obviously more when we're bursting on boss. Yeah, we're not at a bad place for... Yeah, it's pretty good. And we're not even done yet. We're not even done scaling this build. I still have to get my cluster jewel set up. The better anointed abysses. My awakened gems. There's a lot of stuff we gotta do. We still need a Watcher's Eye, double pride. That would be crazy. That's gonna be like 40 divine. But like a double pride Watcher's Eye would be insane damage. Like the additional hits, and I don't know, what was the other one that's really good? Not crit multi. Maybe it's increased damage. Next, probably increased damage. Yeah, just that one jewel. Boom. When we're bossing. Yeah, just a Watcher's Eye takes us from that 19 million up to 24, basically. How do you anoint your helm? So basically the way you anoint your helm is you get the Blighted Helm and you roll your 2 annoyance on it, and then you corrupt it. And you're hoping to brick the helm so it becomes a rare. And then once it's a rare corrupted helm with the 2 annoyance, you can use a mythic tainted orb on it, and it'll either destroy the item or it'll convert it into an abyssus, because it's an Ezomite Virginate. So then you end up with a corrupted abyssus that has 2 annoyance on it. And these 2 annoyance give us 75% crit multi. Oh, yep, it's moving up on price. Alright guys. It's okay. I need to throw some more divines at this thing. I'd like to actually... But before I waste divines on trying to min-max this thing, I'm probably going to spend some of my currency that's left on just fixing my gems. Yeah, so if I control C this and put this in POB. So let's remove the Watcher's Eye. So this is my current boss damage right now. This is my current boss damage. If I put my old staff back on, does it even have it? Let's create custom. This was my old staff. If I put my old staff back on, I go down to 13 million. So I gained about a little over 6 million damage with the new staff. It's pretty crazy. This is why I tell you guys, the staff is like... That is true, I am probably... Good point, Japoni. This is why I was saying your staff, like your staff's your most important DPS increase.
On, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Yeah, what's my chance to impale? 128%, because I hit that, right? So... I can definitely drop. The problem is, I think we drop... I need to POB it out, because this mastery is really good. So we want to probably keep one of the impales. Like, losing Brutal Skewering is kind of... What if I keep 10% chance here? So we lose, like, a little bit of damage. But then I can invest those points elsewhere. You could try to get one new impale node and lose the impale support. I'd have to go over here, right? Yeah, that's a good point, Japoni. So... my chance to impale right now is 128. That's what I should see here. Chance to impale, it just says 100. Eventually you can do Uber bosses with it. That's what we're working on right now. So my impale support gives me, how much is it? It's like 60%, right? So minus 23 from that, or actually 28, because we need to be 100%. So I need to basically make up 32% impale from the skill tree. So it's like 5% to impale, 15, 25. So I'd have to take this right here, essentially, to make up for the support. What would I drop? Because then I could drop impale. And I could run something else on my Cyclone. Oh dude, I didn't even wrap... I didn't have Cyclone ramped up. So we're actually higher damage than I thought. Yeah, I'm pretty good today, Surfax, thanks. So if I spec those points in, I don't like concentrated effect. I don't want to decrease the AoE. Increase critical damage. It's a lot of crit multi. The momentum doesn't do anything else for speed. Infused channeling would give us some extra damage reduction, which is kind of nice actually. We could run infused channeling. And then we can drop Impale from General's Cry. And you run Brutality. Oh yeah. So we get even more damage now. Sick. Question is, what points do I drop from the tree? To get back down to 93. I could buy back 2 mana points. I do like my Cyclone being 0 mana. It just makes it feel so smooth. We drop 2 points there, and I think we drop those 2 points. We fix with Catalyst our stats. And we buy back those 2 points there. And this is actually, I think... Yeah. Okay. We need 8 more dexterity. We can Catalyst the ring and get back the dexterity there. So we need attribute catalysts.
Ahoy there.
Right now I'm just, because we have the extra Impale on the staff, I can actually drop Impale support from both of my links and run a different setup and get scale way more damage. And then when we get our next level, we just spec a point into here. The increased Impale. Or chance to Impale. I did make my new weapon. It's about 950 physical DPS right now. +1 power charge. So now we're just thinking about our links, so I would have to recolor this guy. We may have the damage now to try a T17. I gotta fix my gear up still. There's a lot that I need to do, and I gotta get better gems. So this is a 96 strength dex base. Let's go to Varici. 96. Sorry, this is 96. On a 6 socket. That's what, so we want 4 red, a green, and a blue, ideally. Apparently we just chrome. Good evening, I got a problem. I'm level 69 now, but I don't understand where I get fortification from. Oh, Japoni's got you. Should I Shaper Slam this or keep it as is? Don't waste a Shaper Orb on that. I'd save that kind of stuff for when you're making your really good staff. That's kind of like my staff that I was using. It's kind of like this staff right here. You just kind of use that to farm T16s. If you're going to make something like this, then yeah, I think it's worth putting that kind of currency into it. Oh, I forgot. We need to put the critical strike chance on here with strength and intelligence. Alright, we're looking for 25%. Let's pick up some more exalts, because I am going to do a perfect roll on that. Give me 1 second, guys. I have a phone call. It's probably about my car.
What have you got for me?
Sorry about that, guys. I'm just handling my wrecked car right now. Got to go sign the estimate paperwork tomorrow and then pick up my rental car. Fortunately, I had good coverage, so it's all kind of taken care of. Alright, so let's get a few more of these. We're going to buy like 3 of these. See if I can get a lucky hit here. Dude, never lucky.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay. I'd even take a 24 at this point. I'll take a 24, just not 22. Come on, game. Be nice to me. Bro. Okay, we're gonna settle with 24 for now. I'll min-max it later. What's up, Matoko? Making my build? Nice. Alright, dope. Let's go ahead and color the chest to 1 green, 1 blue, hopefully. There it is. Yeah, I think I'm going to run infused channeling just for the extra damage reduction we get from it. I have no idea, Matoko, what upgrade you should go for next. I don't know where you're at with the build or what you're doing. The blue gem, I'm thinking I'm going to use infused channeling. I'm thinking. Extra damage, and we get 14% less damage from hits. That's pretty good. And then for... No, because I made my new staff, I get 23% chance to impale on the staff, so it allows me to shift my points around to spec into some more impale chance on the tree. which means I can now, I don't need impale anymore for the chance to impale. So I actually send better numbers running a different gem now. Yeah, my POB wasn't updated for like shaper slams, so I didn't take into account the fact that we could get impale chance on our weapon. So it kind of changes what, like I'll probably be making a different end game layout for the build for the last like high-end POB loadout, because we can do different things in 3.26 than I could in 3.25. Chat is crafting, yeah, yeah. And then what do I have here? I think I'm going all red on the staff. Well, that should just be as simple as just chroming this until it hits, right? We just basically throw chromes at this until we hit it. Yeah, Desecrate's just there for... Okay, you got it. Japoni's on top of it, man. Dude, I still can't believe we hit the impale. That's crazy. Yeah, it happens. I spent like 200 plus essences before I finally hit it. So about like 11 divines worth of essences. I have the implicit on my chest. Melee hits have chance to fortify right now. Okay, in theory, it should be as simple. There we go. Whew, we were down to like our last things there. All right, so we need to pick up a brutality, and we need to pick up an infused channeling. These guys can go in the bank, all this, and our old staff goes into the Hall of Fame, guys. So here's our Hall of Fame for our staffs. So we had our, when we first went into maps, slightly after maps, and then this guy carried us through our T16 farms. May he rest in peace. Our Hall of Fame. It's pretty good. Alright, let's go ahead and pick up a brutality. And an infused channeling. Used channeling. This one's a bit more expensive. It is a 2120 though, so that's nice. Okay. Actually, the last big purchase I could do is I probably should upgrade Cyclone of Tumult. What is that going for right now? Four divine. Whew. Okay, we gotta save up monies. Build's doing me great. Just got to Act 7 or 8, having so much fun, dying a few times, but I think that's because I'm zooming as fast as I can on about 5 hours play. Damn, Jupe. Nice. Glad to hear it. Alright, can I get... What is this? Auto Exertion 2020 is probably... Yeah, no problem, Jupe. 100% worth investing in. How much is that? Only 60? We're gonna take that, I think. I wonder actually if I can spec out of this reservation. I only need 60 for... I only need a total of 60 for my curse, for my mark. Might be able to just do that. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, sorry Matoka, I would need to see like more about your build. I don't know like where you're at or what's going on with it. I hit the Tumult on my first lap then, thank you for the build. Yeah, no problem, Law. Yeah, I got my Tumult on, I think it was Merc Lab, Merc or Uber, one of the two, but I also got it like during the campaign. Yeah, I think we can free up this point. Ooh, it puts me down to 50. Yikes. We were close. I guess we need it. Alright, it is what it is. Can't free up that point. Yeah, it's pretty bad if you hit that. What else do I need to do here? How much is... I think this is fine. What's General's Cry? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try out, I think, a T17. I don't know if we're still gonna have enough juice yet, but we're gonna try it out. Block attack damage is not good. We're gonna roll this for a minute. Reflect 20% of damage. That does nothing to us. I think this is fine. Alright. Let's see what our damage looks like in a T17 with the upgrades we just did. I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll find out.
job of scouring.
A worthy opponent.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about regular mobs. What I'm curious about is the boss damage. What does our boss damage look like right now with the changes? We still might need a few more things because it is, at the end of the day, Cyclone. But with General's Cry incorporated, who knows? Ooh, Soul Eater. Oh, this guy's gonna be rippy. Yeah. Fucking Soul Eater mobs, dude. I hate them. The other kind of crappy thing about the beast mobs is they don't cull, so you gotta kind of like actually get them down to, you know.
Delightful as that.
There's another cold point, I think. 100% Santiago. Look at the POB and look how much damage it does and tell me if you think it's worth running it or not.
Oh, shiny.
Another pig without a pen.
How perfectly fitting. How perfectly fitting. Oh, how perfectly fitting.
Regal orb. Cha-ching. Orb of alchemy. Cha-ching. Wow orb.
Will hurt.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Oh, it's muted. Sorry. I was gonna say, Ken's. I don't think you understand how my build works. If you think the 4K is why I was dying there, that's not why I was dying there. Obviously, health matters, but we're like still 25 to 30% away on our block cap right now, and we're also missing Storm Shroud and a bunch of other things. Milker, when you make the crit swap, you essentially just want to be hit capped and follow my POV for like what nodes to spec into on the passive tree for crit points. I just hit a 1 in 100 prefix on Veil that did not give me Fizz on Veil. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. Good question, what skills are important for the Mercenary to benefit from? Right now I'm using Determination. I'm using a Bastion. He's got Determination for me. Prism Plate. Apply armor to LE damage taken. And then I'm running him with a Calm's Binding to convert Fizz damage to fire and a Perkle's Toe. Okay, cool. We are T17 viable. Not comfortable T17, but we can do T17s if we wanted to. Cool. Yeah, that's because that's a very hard cluster to make. You won't see those for probably at least several more days, if not a week. No problem. Alright. Are you still Resolute Technique, Ben? Have you gone crit? Pretty sure there was one for 35 Divines. Yeah, it's a terrible craft for the Overlord Cluster Jewel. Yeah, you need to make sure you're doing everything I tell you to do, Milker, when you swap to crit. It's not as simple as just taking off Resolute Technique. You have to run Precision. You have to swap out your Portrait's Mark for Assassin's Mark. You have to make sure you have the crit nodes on the tree and spec out of some stuff. You need to make sure that you're hit capped. If Precision isn't doing it, you got to spec into accuracy on the tree. It's not just as simple as turning off Resolute Technique. it's a very hard jewel to craft, Motoko. So like, my buddy did it for me last league, but it took like, you know, I think 5,000 alterations for him to hit it. Alright guys, damage is feeling pretty good. Crit is always the best spin. Resolute technique is just for leveling and getting through mapping, but you should try to go crit as soon as possible. Alright, that was pretty good guys. T17, we have our 6 map slots. Let's go. Yeah, so to make the build more defensive, we need to get Forbidden Flame and Flesh. That's probably going to be my priority now, actually, is to pick up those 2 jewels, as well as pick up a Storm Shroud, and then we'll go into a Stygian Vice, and we'll pick up probably this point here, and this one here, and we'll shift a few points around, and we'll get our 2 Abyss Jewels for Avoid Shock to activate Storm Shroud. So with the 2 Forbidden Flame Flesh and a Storm Shroud, we'll be pretty damn tanky. I'm probably going to buy an Overlord Cluster Jewel, Charlie, like, to be honest. Yeah. It's all good, Milker. Yeah, I'm probably going to just farm Resolute Technique, to be completely honest. I'm not going to, or I'm probably just going to buy the Cluster Jewel. You're not going to see many of them because it's day 5 of the league, right? But like 2 weeks into the league, 3 weeks into the league, they'll start to be a couple on trade. They'll be expensive, but yeah, you have to use Precision. You have to use the Curse. You have to also not only take the crit nodes, you might have to go into Eagle Eye for more accuracy to make sure you're close to hit. Oh, Light of Meaning is actually another good one too for damage. Light of Meaning would go right here actually. So I might have to pick up this, 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 and this, and we'll have to probably shift some points out of here. Elemental weakness is kind of crappy, but whatever. Such a wonderful helmet drop from Mercenary. What preference would you craft? Oh my gosh, look at that helm. Jeez. I mean, you're full up on resistances. That's crazy helm. I would see if there's like some life hybrid role you could craft on their test just to get more HP. What are you saying, Zane? An investment into a really strong resist armor gloves with the rune graft that increases the bonus helps for defenses. What rune graft is that, Zane? I haven't even looked at rune grafts yet. Thanks again for the build and POB. So much time is the first time I bought MTXs for the skills. I'm glad to hear it, Mark. Yeah, what rune graft is that? All good, Milker, yeah.
Maven, the challenge begins. The champion will fall. Deep space.
Ooh, yeah.
Replica. Astral avalanche. Your champion has.
Yeah, we need that spell block higher.
Solar storm. Deep space. How unexpected.
The damage is definitely ramping. Alright. I'm curious if it will make us slower. Oh, I'm not sure, Zane. Technically, the boots cap us at a movement speed, so I don't see how it could, to be honest. Wait a second. There we go. It's like spacing.
Orb of regret. Chaos Core.
Oh, watch it burn.
Chaos Core.
Approach, challenger.
I've said this a dozen times, guys. All you need to do to go crit is just be hit capped. That's it. Be hit capped and you can go crit. Swap out Coach's Mark for Assassins and grab what's the other thing? Precision to help with your accuracy.
I may move on. A child by
Yeah, it's not really like you're not gonna you'll be doing more damage than you would be as Resolute Technique. All Resolute Technique does, the only thing Resolute Technique does is hit cap you. It prevents you from critting ever. So if you fix the hit cap between precision and accuracy and drop Resolute Technique, you are doing more damage because even if your crit chance is low, when you do crit, you're actually hitting harder. So by default, you are doing more damage running a crit build than not. You just got to make sure your hit cap is like 90% or higher. Yeah, I definitely think I'm going to have to update the POB and like, I might even take that Resolute tree out to be honest.
Empire awaits.
I think too many of you guys are thinking you got to play Resolute Technique to 90, unfortunately. I'm not. So I'm 100% chance to hit in like 92 or 94 on evasion, like if a mob evades, but that's whatever. Like, I am definitely not effectively 92% when a mob doesn't evade me. Yeah, well, you know, it's not really anybody's fault. Like different people come into the chat, they don't know that I've answered questions and stuff. I put a lot of this in the POB, but nobody reads the notes section of the POB, so it is what it is. People just have questions, they're curious. All right. Yeah, you can do a lot with Resolute Technique. It's just you're doing like, you know, a quarter of the damage you could be doing if you had gone crit. I should actually demonstrate that. I should enable Resolute Technique and go into a map and show you guys what it looks like versus running obviously I'm juiced out of the mind now with like crit and stuff. But like the concept is still the same. Resolute Technique prevents you from critting. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Milker. As long as you can get your hit cap to like 90%. If you can't, then it makes perfect sense to stay Resolute Technique. That being said, if you got to take some points out of the crit here and go into Eagle Eye, so you take these 3 points right here, this gives you a ton of accuracy. Yeah, all you care about is this right here. Where it says 95% chance to hit evasion monsters, that's whatever. You just want to have your chance to hit at 100. But yeah, you can put points into Eagle Eye here, and you can even take the mastery for plus 500. And that should really help you get to hit cap. It's going to be a, yeah, like CK said, it's going to be a gem of the same color. It could be Tumult, but it could be anything that's green. There's a specific enchant or like roll on the font in lab from Merc and Uber that's transfigure a gem to its same, an alternate version of the same gem, and that will give you a guaranteed Cyclone of Tumult. Well, not guaranteed, it's like a 50-50 because there's another alternate one. But that you can only see that on the Merc and Uber fonts if it shows up. Sure. Oh, it goes down. Oh, that's interesting. So even if the game is paused, the tooltip goes down. Interesting. I don't know. I'd have to select Cyclone here. So that's my tooltip damage right now, what it looks like. Yeah, 90% is fine, Mark, and you can scale further after that. I went Stampede first so I could use Cyclone of Tumult. I think I'm going to buy some scarabs and run some maps and just chill for a bit. Sounds like the plan. Get some easy levels in. You want to be as close to hit cap as possible, laughing.
Just what I needed. More great class. Build.
Yeah, running precision helps a lot, and also you can spec in some points on the tree for accuracy too. That's what I did when I made my swap to crit. Helped out a lot. 1 second, guys. You need 2 Abyss Jewels that have 50% chance to avoid being shocked, yeah, in order for Storm Shroud to work. And my Spotify died, which happens quite frequently. Well, I just did a T17 map, Gabriel, so I'd say yes. I need to build up the defensive components of the build a little bit more, but the damage is there.
Cha-ching! Chaos Orb.
Guess I can do the points I'd be using on cluster. That's kind of how I looked at it, laughing. I've been allocating points to the tree to fill gaps because it's going to be a minute for the cluster duel.
Chaos Orb.
Elegantly done.
This piece of shit.
Oh, it's going to be a while till we all get it. Yeah, it's super expensive for sure. Yo, I hate this map. I always miss a component where I'm going. Do I have to put auto exertion and General's Cry in my weapon order for work? Not because for me it doesn't work. You just need it to be linked. So auto exertion needs to be linked to General's Cry. That automates General's Cry, and the General's Cry also, they need to be linked to an ability that General's Cry uses, like in my case for this Ground Slam. Do you have any recommended Atlas strats that work well with this build? First time playing Cyclone since like Blight, so I barely know what it's good at. I'm doing Ritual and Essence and Beast right now. Expedition's really good. Harvest is good. Those are all pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna chill and do some mapping, grind out to 95. At 95, we'll pick up Merciless Skewering. And then my goal right now is I'm basically just saving up money. I'm gonna pivot my plans. I want Forbidden Flame and Flesh at this point to get more than skill for Lucky Block. So that's pretty much all I'm concerned about now is just getting my 5th Ascendancy basically. I know, Herzen. I spent more than that on making my staff though, so I'm just gonna grind out money for the next day or two and then buy them. Also, looking at my tree, Yeah, that's what I've been trying to explain. Like, going crit is pretty important on the build. For sure. So I need to get the rest of these qualityed up, like just my general's cries. Boom. Melee fizz. Mark on hit would be some more damage. Okay. Now, if I drop some points on the tree, what can I afford to give up here? Let's say I'm 95, I have this. I think I give up these points. Puts me at 89. Yeah, I crafted it at the beginning of stream. It's pretty good. We got the T1, well, we got the Unveil basically, but the T2 Fizz Hybrid, and then, okay-ish, yeah. I'm gonna divine it Bacon, because if I can get that 133 closer to 139, and I can get the Hybrid closer to 74, I think I can get basically 1k on the staff, which is pretty good. So I just gotta throw some divines at it basically. Well, that's true. Japoni's right. I spent a couple hundred essences getting that T2 to hit, so yeah, that's not streamer luck. Yeah, that Impale is so good. Alright, so if I spec out of those points, I lose some AoE from the thing here, but that's okay. This will allow me to pick up that, and then we can actually scale some more health here if I wanted to. We could take that, and we could take that, and even go for more armor and life here. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Alright. It's a little bit better. What do you suggest to farm for second Atlas? I'm at 101, 115 completion. I was doing boss maps for a little bit on mine. I was doing like a boss map farm stuff, where I was doing destructive play and doing that kind of stuff. And then I swapped over to like a ritual beast and essence tree for my third tree. So because I can hit Impale Cap now, because I got the roll on the staff, I dropped Impale support and I'm running Infused Channeling for a little extra damage reduction. You don't have cluster with Overlord, what do you recommend to get Fortify? Right now I'm using the nodes. I've got the implicit on the chest. This gives me fortification. We hit so... Boss Rush is still good, Ska. Yeah. We hit so often with Cyclone in 1 second that effectively this gets us our fortification. Oh no. Dude, that's like exactly what I had, right? I had the lightning damage. Oh, wait. How are you going to get rid of that third prefix? Dope. Oh yeah, because those are attacks, so cannot roll attack mods. And then you just scour. Or no, you would do cannot roll attack mods and what? Unveil? Yeah. Gotcha. Cannot roll attack and unveil. Yeah. Oh, you know, got it. Unveil doesn't respec cannot roll attack. Gotcha. Okay. That could be true, Mark, yeah. Switch to crit at 90 and the build is popping. There you go, Jules. Sniping 29% Ezamites. Damn. Nice. Yeah, I wonder what my staff is currently valued at. It's not on trade with 1+1 max. At least 50 divine for my staff, but if you factor in the power charge, $75 divine, yeah. I feel like 55 to 70 divine seems about appropriate, right? Yeah. The 5% block is pretty good. Yeah, for sure. I kind of like the extra power charge though, for when I'm bossing. Puny 875, yeah. Oh, I wanted to buy some scarabs. We'll do that before we do our next map. And I'm going to roll a bunch of maps, and then we're just going to map for a while, I think. And just kind of chill. I did what I wanted to do today. I got my staff. Now I'm just going to farm up more money again. I realize that this game is way harder than PoE 2 because I'm getting destroyed when I start mapping. There's just more complexity to PoE 1 than PoE 2. There's a lot more game systems that you're engaging with. PoE 2 is a pretty simplistic game. There's not really a lot of depth to it right now. It's needs a lot of time to cook, basically. There's far more going on in PoE 1 in terms of game systems and kind of like base knowledge that you have to kind of acquire.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, players, for the follow, Nick for the follow, David for the sub. Appreciate it.
Chaos core.
Alright. No, I don't want a chest. What I want is Forbidden Flame and Flesh. So I need to scale up my attack and spell block a lot more. I want to get closer to 90%. So I'm going to go Forbidden Flame Flesh on probably like a medium cluster jewel with some crit stuff. So I'll probably spec into this, grab a cluster jewel, or I might even just take points here to grab this jewel socket. Well, actually, 2 points gets me here, and 2 points gets me here. So I'll probably just gain another level or two, and swap some points around to get these 2 jewel sockets, and I'm going to run Forbidden Flame and Forbidden Flesh for right now. I'd like to fix the chests up, but that's not a priority for me right now. The thing that's going to make the thing that makes your build way tankier is going to be Forbidden Flame and Flesh. More than skill, so I get lucky block for my spell and attack block, so we go from 65 to almost 90. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink and I'm gonna roll a bunch of maps, and I'm just gonna map for basically a while. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. Yeah, well, my staff cost me quite a bit to craft bacon. It wasn't cheap. I probably spent 20 divine crafting this staff, maybe 25 total. It was pretty expensive. What do you mean by better chests? Like for 4 divine? Just like what? Yeah, I mean, so let's go into POB. So let's pick up, let's adjust the armor value of my chest, right? So right now it's saying my EHP. Let's factor in the fact that I have determination, right? From my mercenary. This is kind of like what we look like. And then we're also fortified. So let's get that going. Alright, so here's basically what our EHP looks like right now. Let's adjust the armor value of my chest to double it, basically, like you're saying. So we can edit this and we'll just change these to like 1,000 or 2,000, sorry. We'll just double it to 2,000 for evasion and armor. Okay. So I doubled the value of my chest. Did that stick? Did not save it? I might not be able to do it that way, so we might have to just do it right here. So let's do like, I don't know, 155. So let's see what that does to the numbers. Okay, let's go 200%. Probably 200%, right? To double it. Ooh, even further. Let's do... Let's do 300%. What's that bring me to? Cool. Alright. So here's what my stuff looks like with the chest, right? Say I get a better chest, say I get a better chest, I scale up my stuff. Yeah, it makes me slightly tankier, right? Okay. But if I save all my divines instead, let's scale this back down to what it was, like 85%. So with the chest buffed up in armor value, right, we got to like 15k fizz damage hit and 124 EHP. Let's revert the chest back. Now let's go ahead and socket in Forbidden Flame and Forbidden Flesh. With more than skill. Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong, Bacon. I'm just saying that in terms of like where I want to put my divines. Yeah, ideally I want like a 3.5 to 4K chest. The chest gains me a little bit of physical EHP, but it doesn't prevent me from getting one shot from a big hit. Whereas, if I scale up my block a lot higher, I'll still get one shot when I don't block, but it's going to be far less often. I need to do both, essentially. And truly the only way you fix your low physical hit EHP is you have to like drop Abyssus. That's really the only way. also need to spec into my extra endurance charges. Well, Headhunter on a Cyclone build feels great when you're mapping, right? Yeah, I don't really have any tips, Sato, for crafting a chest plate. I've never done it before. I bought mine on last league, so I'll have to figure that out when I get to it. Right now I'm using Abyssus. I almost wonder if also, if anyone asks you if champ is better, just say no. Just swapped over to your block version from some fraudulent PoE ninja builds. What's the next reasonable way to scale defense? Or are we at 60? So we're at 65, Calvin, until we get the Forbidden Flame and Flesh Jewel set up. What I'm looking at right now is shifting points around on my current tree to make myself tankier. So I'm thinking about picking up these extra endurance charges. Dropping a bit of damage for it. Let's see, this is about the same. I kind of think actually I dropped this right here instead. I think I drop those points on my tree. I think we drop this. Gain this endurance charge, and we grab this endurance charge like that. I was playing like zero block before and wanted to quit. Glad someone recommended this one. Yeah, I feel like scaling block on this build feels so much better. Okay, so we've got an extra 400 to 500 HP now and 2 extra endurance charges. So this should feel a lot better. What is the point of the ignore 50% fizz damage reduction? You get 80% from Bastion Breaker, martial experience, and 20% from the 2 nodes in the Vanquish Your Will node. Guess that answers my question. Yeah, it does, Goon, right? Yeah. Made the most sense to cut those points for that and then free up for more defense on the tree. Plus these are just better point value in terms of the notables and what masteries I had selected. Right now I'm farming Ritual Essence and Beast, and I was doing a little bit of King's March stuff. I actually need to put money back in the town because I've been spending all my gold doing the currency exchange to craft my staff. Can't remember if I had a ship running. I don't.
Local.
Let's send a Giga Juice ship. Can't use Kingmaker with Bastion. Yeah. gonna have these guys run some more maps too. Wonder how high. What happens if I throw like a T16 in there? Are they gonna fall over? Okay, so we need slightly better mappers for the... What am I currently using in here? Oh, I only have 4, that's why. Let's hire some more people. What mark are you running right now, Kame? I'm running the Bastion dude. Oh, I can't turn him on right here, but it's the Bastion Mercenary with Determination. You set ground slam number next to it as 6. Is that how you calculate it? No, Bacon. So you get like multiple clones, but on average they only hit like around 2 at a time. So I set my POB to 2 for the ability, because even though they spawn like up to 5, they don't hit at the same exact time. They're staggered, but generally there's 2 casts going off at any given time. And there's a whole spreadsheet of calculations that min-max or generals cry, but I haven't even got into that yet. The gold is kind of manageable once you're doing like T16s, but yeah, it is expensive. It's not cheap. You basically just have to keep farming T16s and flowing money into your town while you're running your maps and stuff. Like right now it costs 32,000 an hour if I have my, but I have my map device and my ship running. Obviously, if you're offline, you wouldn't have that, but yeah. I've gotten a few divines from doing this, so it's, I guess, okay. It's just free money in the background. I have not updated my POB recently. I'll probably be making a video in the next day or so with a fully updated POB based on what I've done with this character. And a few things. Okay, let's see what happens if I stick some T16s in here now. These guys should be able to just run these no issue, I would think. Okay, it's still scary for them, but it's not too bad. I give them maps I really don't want to run. Hello mate, just league starting. Well, nice to see Cyclo Gang is still going strong. What's up, dudes? Hit T2 exact his speed first try. Guesses on the Shaper Slam. Endurance charge, go. 100% endurance charge.
The Empire awaits you with open
Dude, I called it, right? And you have the Impale on there? Nice. Pretty good staff. Hey, thanks Nick, H1, Jar, and Gruss for the follows and subs. Much appreciated. Alright, cool. Let's go run some maps. 20 to 30 divines to make, yeah. I'm in a guild with some real life friends. Not like in a public guild. Unfortunately invite other people too. Alright. So I want to get some scarabs here. Oh, I dumped all my gold. Alright, let's just go run some maps. I have a whole video, Zato, on YouTube for how I crafted the staff. It's exactly like what I did in the video. I wouldn't say Overlord's bait, but I do feel like it's going to be a little bit before we start seeing those on the market. I think I'm going to just rush Silo for a little bit. Do some boss rush. Maven Witness. Let's go. Yeah, no problem, Zato. Yeah, I would just check out the video, go to the end game staff portion of it, and I go through step by step how to craft the staff. Chaos spam or get Megalomaniac? Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. Oh, I should probably update the tree here. We're gonna go for more Scarab nodes, I guess, and quality. After we do that, I guess. I'm currently at 2 days and 6 hours playtime. So it's probably a crappy map to run with life regen. So we got the explicit modifiers on here. So we essentially always need to be leeching or we're dead. That degen though. Yeah, I really shouldn't be running maps that have can't regen life. It's pretty bad. 93% less rate recovery of life with desecrated ground. Yikes, dude. This is a sketchy map to run. Got no recovery. All right, we're just gonna rush boss room for the maps, hopefully. How far are you planning to push on this character? I'd like to do all the Uber Pinnacle bosses before I call it quits. So my damage is getting there. I got to get my defenses up now. So I need to get some expensive things to scale defense on the build. Yeah, we did a T17 a little bit ago, but the bossing was a little rough. My damage was fine, but I just got to get my defense up a bit. We're also running more endurance charges since then, and like 500 more HP. What's your Cyclone damage on tooltip? That's my current damage. Keep in mind, we're not just Cyclone, we're General's Cry set up too, so we have General's Cry going. So there's my Cyclone, right? But there's also the fact that I'm running Sunder, or I'm sorry, Ground Slam of Earthshaking on my General's Cry, and this goes off multiple times. No, technically T17s are supposed to be easier than doing Uber Pinnacle bosses, but that's kind of debatable. Because you can run some shitty mods on T17 maps, or roll, I should say. We did a T17 earlier, my damage was fine. I just got to get my defense. There's certain things I do on this build to scale my defense, but they're expensive. You don't need it for like doing T16s and stuff, but you do need it for like bossing. You know, doing T17 bosses, doing Uber Pinnacle bosses. We're at the point now where we have to invest in like the end game stuff in my tree. Yeah, Ground Slam of Earthshakings appears to have slightly better damage and generally better AoE. One of the other things I want to do too is get my Storm Shroud so I have Elemental Ailment immunity, which we currently don't have. Which is why Chill is wrecking me right now. Oh, I actually killed the boss in here, so I can't run Silo again. That's funny. I won't get Maven to witness. You want Light of Meaning 100% with Fizz damage. I forgot we weren't supposed to kill the Silo boss, so Maven won't witness this. That's fine. We'll just kill him and do another map. Oh, you know what? I should unlock the rest of my favorite maps. We could go do Cyrus real quick, actually. I haven't done Cyrus yet on this character, so I should probably do that to unlock my favorite slot for him. What do I have for Cyrus? We gotta run the other maps, right? So we already have Baron. We gotta do Drox and Veritania. And then we'll have to buy an Al Hazem. Actually, yeah, wait, no, we can Orb of Horizon these now, right? Oh, yes, dude. Yes! It's so good. Maybe a good pony. I should POB it out. Might be the same for me. Got the boots yesterday for Tumult, like you said, for 1.2 Divine, but don't have any Chaos left to get Chromes to color it. Yeah, I just gotta farm up some currency. Alright, we're gonna do these 3 maps, and then we're gonna do Cyrus, because I still need Cyrus, and then I need to do the Feared. And I think I already have Shaper Witness for the Feared. So we'd have to do Adziri, Chalupa, Elder, and Cortex. I would like to get these 2 other slots unlocked on my Atlas tree. I haven't Extraneous. Your first Feared, you failed because of Adziri. Yo, she's insane. She's like, you gotta like... Elder and Adziri are the scariest thing. Elder and Adziri are the scariest thing on the Feared. Yeah, it's insane. Alright, we're just gonna roll these real quick. Alright, let's go ahead and run these maps. Best farming strat for Cyclone, as in Divine per hour. I'm struggling to find a nice one. I had pretty good luck with Ritual. Expedition is probably your best moneymaker, to be honest. I'd say Expedition and Harvest, because you can sell the juice from Harvest for quite a bit. Honestly, I might go back to just doing Expedition and Harvest myself. I was making decent money off the logbooks. And Rod Crafting's pretty good still. Oh, one of my guys died. Rip. Iron Reflexes convert your evasion to armor. Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it. What the fuck? Those are all bosses? I thought it was 4 of the Void Stones, the 3 new ones, and then the Uber versions. Cyrus and the Conquerors are mini bosses and an expansion boss from a while back in the game. Have you never done the Cyrus fight, Ander?
Elegantly done.
Thanks, 81 now at Red Maps. Just got my Stampede. Really comfy work with the POV. Yeah.
Chaos core. Oi!
What's up, Docs? You can whisper me in game, yeah. That's my character name. Yeah, consoles got pretty jacked up with the... They really dropped the ball with the console stuff for sure.
Time to up the stakes. Not the same prison.
Oh my god!
It's just and wins, not ands wins. So Sanavi spins, A and D wins. There's no S on the A and D.
Hold still now.
So you never actually did the Cyrus fight then? What's up, Docs? I'm assuming that too. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Nice staff. Yeah, I'm gonna do the heist stuff on mine once I get some currency going. Because I'm gonna have to relink my staff apparently. Yo, your POB rocks. Just getting to level 60 on it with a reroll. Hey. Glad to hear you're having a good time, Joey. I am actually going to swap to Desecrate just for some more burst damage here. I get too excited and slam before T1 speed now is influence and rip, I think. Nah, I mean, I have T3 attack speed on mine too, Docs. It's fine. What I don't have is the high stuff on there yet. Well, you'll need to... Yeah, but... No, it's perfectly good stuff, yeah. I gotta divine mine a little bit so I can get better, better fizz rolls on it. Like right now I've got like only 133 out of 139 and a really low hybrid. It's at 66. I'd like to get the at least 135 on Crease Fizz and 71 plus on the other one. Get as nice as possible. Not necessarily, Surfax. Our problem is because we run Abyssus, we're just taking a hit on the physical damage department. Abyssus makes us pretty squishy, but it gives us a lot of damage. Yes it is, Docs. That's what I'm going to be doing. Alright, now we can go do a Cyrus once we clear this map.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Orb of Scouring. Cha-ching.
Actually, where do we get Widow. Sunken City. Okay.
I am still reflecting back.
Oh, nice. Poor Joyce. Need that for completion.
Cha-ching. It's fucking hot. Cha-ching. Hi, T-Round. Chaos Boy.
I'm of House Kayakson. I will accept your decision. Death it is then. What consume you?
Cha-ching.
It seems I misjudged you. Claim your prize.
Rip, I can't frostblink that.
Chaos Boy.
This will hurt.
Time to up the stakes. Stop and hunt.
Cha-ching.
Dano, rise and fight.
Cha-ching.
Wait, go back. Forgot about loots. Alright, let's go do Cyrus. I am going to do something real quick here. Going to see options, sound. I really like the Cyrus battle music. Most of my damage is coming from Cyclone, although we get quite a decent amount from General's Cry.
Did you really think this would work?
Cyrus, please, we want to help you. Don't do anything hasty.
Destroying you is
It's got a T3 fist fractured Karui chopper. Damn.
Kirax,
how boring and small. You want the Atlas? Take it. It's yours. But Ori,
My favorite PoE boss villain.
Suffering of my fellow citizens will finally
Sorry to hear that, Rixie.
stop.
Pointless! Rain of stars! Glorious flames! Creation itself!
A real talent. You finally caught my attention.
Why run? What's the point? Rain of stars! Obliteration!
The others found strength in their projection. They became reliant.
Beyond, there's only horror. Your lives are meaningless! Obliteration! Be utterly annihilated!
Forest all
Why run? What's the point? Fury of the cosmos!
Fury of the Cosmos. It's not good.
Itself! Fury of the
Oh,
cosmos!
we ran into the storm. Rip. How can you get your HP up to 4.7? We're taking specs on the tree for extra life nodes right now. Don't run into the storm, guys. Don't run into the storm. How scuffed is the arena now? Okay. Probably on the other side of that storm.
Fury of the cosmos! Pointless!
This is unfortunate.
Beyond! This city is nothing! Rain of stars! Obliteration!
Not great.
Be utterly annihilated! Everlasting fire! Beyond! Everlasting fire!
Is this loot garbage? Yeah, okay. Rip.
I'm sorry.
I just hit Overlord, but with weight advantage instead of Feed the Fury. I think I'm gonna keep that.
I'm
Yeah.
truly sorry. It had to be
Burden
done.
of Truth. Right. I had to turn the music on for Cyrus. It's my favorite boss in the game. It could probably be good early on. I don't know how good it actually is, or how long, but I think for the low cost, it's not bad. He's my favorite too. I farmed 500 Uber Shapers last week. Oh my gosh, dude. 500 Uber Shapers sounds ridiculous. Although last league lasted for like a year, so there's that. Oh damn, not what I wanted to do. We need the other ritual scarab. Selectiveness.
Ahoy there!
Okay. Followed your guide. Feels amazing to farm rich on Expedition, but in addition to the guide might be a lethal pride until you can afford to let
The
it be.
Empire lives on.
Yeah, Japoni also mentioned
Served its most
that
loyal
lethal pride is pretty good.
servants.
I'm actually curious. Thanks Val and Top Cat for the follows, Lamore for the sub. I'm actually curious. I have my
Empire awaits you with open
POV right
claws.
here. If I was to sim in, So let's get rid of. So let's drop these. What's the role that you guys have? Like which Lethal Pride? Yeah, Japoni if you could. Yeah, I see the double damage. Grace melee strike. Used armor. It's pretty strong. And if I was to pick up this endurance charge here, which I think I did on my tree actually. Yeah. In the Giga in-game build, we're using Influence, not Whispers of Doom docs, because we have the curse on the chest. It's pretty good upgrade. Where did I put points that I don't have? Okay, 1 point's right there. Lethal Pride is pretty good. Yeah, Lighted Meeting is gonna be pretty expensive anyways. It's a pretty juicy upgrade. Ozempig. Nice. It should be roughly the same benefit. Wait, Rakita? Akoya? Rip, wrong one. Last question, how do we get the anoints in the boots? Stampede lets you anoint the boots. I wanted Rakita, not Akoya. Almost screwed that up there. I'm using ground slam of earth shaking over sunder, but if you don't have the alternate ground slam, you can use sunder. It's fine until you swap. I think I'm gonna drop one more life node. I want to run this jewel and see what it's like. Oh, was I off by one? Is it like the next tick up? That's fucking unfortunate. I should have POB'd it before I bought it. Well, that's not great. No, I was looking at his jewel. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is the roll is off, so like if I take this one for instance and I go into POB. So here's the one that you linked me, here's your jewel, and then if I create a custom one here with this one, and we just call this I don't have to call it anything. If I swap this out, the roll is slightly off, so it messed up the rolls. Damn. I thought it was close enough range. QB has a good option to auto search for good jewels. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, like literally I changed that to an 8 and it changes everything. How do you guys use the tool to So the best slot jewels are always on live search or mirror. How do you use the tool to find the right jewel slot for Lethal Pride here? Is it under? Find timeless jewel. Gotcha. And then you can sort which one you want. That's because Daniel stuff's expensive on trade right now, so you have to adapt the tree. You're not going to be able to buy an Overlord Cluster Jewel because they don't exist on trade right now. So my POB is a guide for things to do, but you're going to have to adapt the build based on what the market has. What mods are you looking for? The POB is a bit small. Oh, sorry. I'm looking for double damage right now. So here's a good one, 17051. That just what, created an item with it? Okay, so then I can slock this in. Got it. Under comm. Change the 100 to a 101. Sorry, I'm drunk here, but we need our PoE drug. Gotcha. I like this one jewel right here. Damage, melee critical chance, crit multi, strength, damage, deals double damage. It's a pretty powerful jewel socket right there. I should just be able to trade for these items. Control plus to open in browser. Okay. Ah, that didn't work. Lethal Pride Calm 17051. Interesting. Okay. The last digit in the desired notes determines the search to how many time that modified should be in the jewel. Oh, that copied a lot. Rockiata. Let's see what she does. Create custom, unique. Okay, so it doesn't really matter what the name is, it's the role. So I should have picked this one up for a divine. Rip. Okay. Yeah, I found the one that I need, or that I like. You got the large cluster? Nice, Kaz. Hey, what do we get the impale chance in the tree? Is the skewering his wheel if we're running impale gem? If you're running the impale gem, you're still going to need brutal skewering and harpooner. I managed to unveil a cane of Colomac with Fizz Poison, 25% Chaos Explode, and 25% doubles damage is cool, but the base crit is a big trade-off. It's probably fine early on. Alright, so I found the jewel I want. It's just a matter of getting the money for it now, but that's going to be like 4 million damage increase, so that's pretty crazy for one socket or 2 socket investment.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks, Blub, for the sub. Blub for the sub. So this one notable does a ton of damage on our build. So these are nice with the attack speed and the increased chance to pale, but this is why you're taking this. This is a lot of damage. Likewise, the increased effect of our impales on these 2 nodes and the duration, and then we get the mastery here, although you could get the mastery over here, but this is also a strong notable here. The only reason I went into these is because I have impale on my staff now, so I don't have to run impale on my chest. I can get to 100% impale chance. If you look at my Cyclone, I have 108% chance to impale, and I don't need the 60% from the gem anymore because I have this additional amount here on my weapon, and I have I've taken this here. Wrong watch try without impale. Rip. That sucks. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to farm up a little bit more currency, and we'll go buy the jewel that I want for this socket right here, and I'm just going to wait to socket it till I level, and we'll put a point back into life. We're going to go back to mapping. I got my scarabs, so I'm just going to get some. I'm going to get 4 maps now that I want to run that don't make me hate myself. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, based on what your guys' situation is with your gear and everything like that, you're gonna have to be fluid in how you play this game. It's not always just like, you know, kind of like Silo, to be fair. It's not always just gonna be like copy everything in my POB. My POB is a guide, basically, but you're not always gonna have the right gear or the right stuff, and so you're gonna have to like adapt on the fly. Alright, let's go.
Practice makes perfect.
For cluster, does it have to be 3 good ones, or is 2 okay? 2 is fine if you want to go after a cluster jewel. I'm, in particular, probably just not going to run a cluster jewel until I get the one I want with Overlord. So I'm just putting points on the tree right now. There's other things I'm upgrading on the build. The cluster jewel is not something I'm concerned about right now. Really in any way. There's other upgrades I'm prioritizing. Now that my weapon is taken care of, and I have the offense, I'm focused on the defense mostly. So I'm saving up for the Forbidden Flame Flesh combo. That's basically where all my money's gonna go. Probably over the next like day or two.
I'm of House Kyaxon. That should be warning enough.
Yeah, we were able to craft this today. This is my new weapon. So it's about a 950 biz DPS weapon. And I'm going to throw some divines at it later to kind of square it, get it close to 1k as possible. Yeah, it's at the beginning of the stream.
Choose as you will, ready to die. Die as you were meant to. Defeat warrants tribute. Take it.
Glad you're having fun with the build, Glenn. Guys, any good map combo to ping pong to put favorite maps? Probably, I like Silo, so I've been doing Silo with Arid Lake. Actually, I think I gotta set that up. I think I only have Silo favored right now. I mean, having vulnerability on a ring is nice. It's nice damage. The replica Stampede is fine to get Cyclone of Tumult online, but it's not as good as Stampede, because Stampede gives you increased cooldown recovery of your travel skills, and replica Stampede just makes your travel skills do more damage, which we don't care about. So. Did you make sure that you turned on all the ramps of Cyclone of Tumult so it stacks up to 5 times? So if you look at my POV, over here is the stages set to 5. There's something wrong with your POV. Yeah, you should not be doing less damage with Cyclone of Tumult. It 100% does more damage. If you're capped to hit without precision, you don't need precision. Gotcha. No problem, Mark. I know what happened there. Fix that. Swap my Pantheon for Cyrus. We lost our freeze immunity. Got that back now.
Orbit's going.
I can't do this just yet.
I am building the world.
Oh,
Orbit alteration.
Invite you so you can get your 5th map slot. Oh, you want me to help you do Maven for your 5th map slot? Is that what you're asking?
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
That's for your 6th map slot, Plaza. 5th comes from Maven. Hey man, thanks for the guide. Leveling a 2nd character to enjoy the spin. How much DPS I need on weapon and red map? I'd say like 450 to 500 on a weapon will decently get you to into red maps and through T16s. To comfortably blast T16s, probably like a 650-ish physical DPS weapon. You can do them in either order. That's fair. I may or may not be able to kill the boss. My build has the damage, but my defenses aren't quite squared away yet for T17, so I can give it a shot, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to, depending on what map it is. But we can give it a shot if you want.
Oh shit. Shiny.
Yeah, I don't mind helping you, Plazo. It's just may not be 100% a kill, as long as that's okay with you. Yeah, staffs can get pretty expensive on trade. I also have much lower DPS when I switch to Tumult. I'm doing definitely something wrong, and I have 650 DPS. Have you gone Resolute Technique, Daniel? Or are you still playing... Or, I'm sorry, have you gone Crit, or are you still playing Resolute Technique? And there is no world in which you do less damage on Cyclone of Tumult. Unless you're not using the Stampede and you can't hit something because you're too slow to get near it. Yeah, there's no way you're doing less damage on Cyclone of Tumult. If you want to send me a POV of your character, we can take a look at it. Like, import your character and send me a POV. But there's no way you do less damage on Cyclone of... Unless, like, your Cyclone of Tumult's level 1. You know, and your Cyclone was level 20.
Awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Nero, for the follow. Got a pretty nice jewel. Nice. For 1 divine. There you go. No, if you're in my Discord, you can post it in the general chat and I can take a look at it. I keep missing these freaking ritual altars because I get distracted. Yeah, let me know if you post it in the Discord and I'll take a look at it. Oh, it's right at the beginning, that's why. Rip, I gotta run all the way back to the beginning. These 5-way runners make so much money. Yeah, they do. It's not a bad way to make money in the game. mind numbing? Yeah, it's also really good XP. Running the 5 ways.
Ahoy there.
What's up, Brenner? How's it going?
Delightful death.
Let me guess. How's Azadi sent you to finish what they couldn't? I still abide by the trial. By all means, throw your life kneel.
Bro, these mercenaries.
Orbs red.
Have it.
Crazy rippy.
It's worthless to me anyway.
This piece of shit.
Degen.
My spirit is spent.
Perseverance. Perseverance. Game is telling me to go champion. That's what's happening. It's like, dude, why are you not playing champion? You like to play this, Mark? It's pretty good, right?
Fractured item.
You are well prepared for the end.
Holy shit! Shiny! Valor!
Risk of Rain vibes. Ask you why you swap Sunder for Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. Ground Slam of Earth Shaking does slightly more damage and has like better AoE. So that's why I've swapped to it. No problem, Sato. What's up, Sergeant? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Perseverance. It's not a terribly rolled Perseverance either. They're just too common to be worth, like, grabbing. Nice, Sergeant. Yeah, I'm going to be working towards, I just picked up a Lethal Pride, and I'm going to be working towards Forbidden Flame and Flesh now for the lucky block, spell block, I think is my plan.
choice.
The infamous
After all,
mercs? Yeah.
that's part of the craft.
Hit pretty hard. I've only come across one infamous merc and it was in a T-17.
You make my finest piece now. This is bliss. Oh, not often that I lose. I suppose that means it's yours. This is how it's done.
Not top. I haven't changed anything with my merc since yesterday. I'd like to get an infamous version of him, but I haven't come across one yet.
Orb of scouring.
So close to leveling.
Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Judge, for the follow.
Oh shit! Shiny!
The quality is crazy on Earth shaking. PSA to chat, do not buy from me, crafting is cheaper. Yeah, I think we were talking about it, like it took me about 25 to maybe 30 divines to craft this. And it's worth 55 to 70 divines on trade. So just keep that in mind, guys.
It's so bad.
PoE database has like a data mine of all the mercenaries, but I don't think there's a tier list. I think it's very dependent on your build. So different builds are going to want different things from the mercenaries.
I can't do this just yet.
Snappy, where do we get the minus mana cost on rings and chance? I forgot I had all those contempts that I could sell for currency. So the one that I got for this ring right here is from the Cold River map. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, guys. I'm struggling a little bit. Be right back. Where do you get the minus? Oh, yep. Cold River, thanks. Yep, Werner. Just making some coffee real quick in the kitchen, and then I'm gonna get back to it.
Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Alright. Kind of want to hit next level on this jewel socketed. We also have these contempt essences. So glad I made some coffee. I was struggling from lack of sleep. Now I want chaos. I have contempt. I went Beast Essence in Exile. My maps are full of fun. Yeah, it's not the most like efficient money making, but it's I enjoy it. So for Stop Being Frozen, I run Brine King with the chance to avoid being frozen. That's what I do.
What have you got for me?
Oh, this guy is just gonna sit here and make us money. Let's go back to town. My ship should be here, maybe. Did you guys notice that they increased the shipping time? Oh, my town dried up with money. That's why. Rip. Rip, 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 rip. Then Atlas Runner died. Yeah. Discard all this. Map. Oh, hold on. Exit map. That's fine. Discard all. Need to hire more map runners. Yeah, the ships used to be like 30 minutes. Now they're like an hour and a half. They like nerfed the shit out of King's March in a lot of ways.
Let me just grab the next few applications. Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Did I put my mappers in the wrong place? I am a dum-dum. Okay, so slot in the 5.
It's dangerous
Slot in
work.
the 4.
It's dangerous work, but they can handle it.
Alright, we're actually gonna get rid of these guys.
List of picks.
Alright, now I should have much better return or chance on my missions. Get 2%, 4%, that's fine. What do you think of the staff on the market for 1 mirror? I saw somebody post something earlier, Kaz. I think it's crazy. I saw yesterday that the long distance ships are kind of the same duration, but the 2 close ones are slower, yeah. Yeah, they made this, like, these used to be 30 minutes. Now they're like 52 minutes. It's kind of crazy, actually.
Ahoy there.
I need to run this Poor Joys for completion, so let's go that. We are 4 maps away from having finished the Atlas, guys. We're 4 maps away. Not to mention the Feared. We're getting there. I don't know. I feel pretty good. I feel like for day 5, I'm doing pretty good, you know? I'm pretty happy with where I'm at for day 5. About to hit level 95. Hey, but remember, Cyclone's not a league starter, right? You know, that's what people say. Cyclone sucks. Can't league start with a Cyclone. I'm using ground slam of earth shaking right now. Yeah, it's been so much fun. Is that singularity? I love this weapon. Upgrading your town to be all T4 people? Yeah.
Practice makes perfect. There it is, guys. Earth shaking, Sweenzy, not earth shatter. Ground slam with earth shaking. So this right here. Yeah, I think it's better than Thunder. All right, let's slot in our lethal pride. Oh, it's all good, Sweenzy. All right, let's swap this in and see. Oh yeah, increased melee crit chance, double % increased fizz damage, crit multi, increased strength, increased fizz, deal double damage. Very nice, very, very nice. Very nice. My most up-to-date POB should not say Tectonic Slam. Oh, it might still actually, you're right. I haven't updated my POB yet for Ground Slam. No, I did. No, this is my character, what am I thinking? Actually, we could fix a few things, I guess, if we're gonna go into the POB. The first thing I'm gonna do, we're going to keep the level 70 Resolute Technique tree, but I am deleting the Resolute Technique 90. This has confused way too many people, I think. I think they think you need to get to 90 on Resolute Technique, so we are going to delete that. People, I misintended what this was supposed to be, so... Okay, so now we should just have straight into going crit at 90. This is where you can find my loot filter and the sounds. Yeah, that's why I'm just getting rid of the tree, Ashley. I think I miscommunicated what that was supposed to be. Nope, yep, that was my fault. Okay. Now we have, let's make sure ground slam of... Alright, so we're still using Sunder on the crit conversion tree. We need to swap this over to ground slam of earth shaking. Times 2, and 120. Alright. I'm using infused channeling on my character right now. Okay. And we're also going to put this as a desecrate swap with blood rage for bossing. And we're going to turn this into a 6-link with brutality. So because with the new Shaper orbs we can hit Impale on our weapon, chance to impale, it means that I can spec my tree a little bit differently and go into this extra Impale cluster here, and then I can drop my Impale gem off of my setups and run different supports, which then sim better damage. So I'll simulate that here. So in this current POB, it has Cyclone using Impale, right? So we're going to swap over to Cyclone. And we're actually at 5 stacks now for Cyclone of Tumult. Going to 6 doesn't do anything. Okay, so right now you're going to see that we look at this. We are going to craft a different staff here. So we're going to grab a war staff as a might. And what we're going to do is we're going to graph. I'm not too concerned about whether it scales Shockwave or not, AKM. I'm concerned about my overall damage of Cyclone itself. And it scales Cyclone just fine. Well, it looks like the stream just died or something. Anywho, looks like on Twitch my stream might have dropped for a second. There we go. Gotcha. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna explain to you guys why we're not using Impale anymore on my setup. So with the new Shaper Orb, what we can do is we can run a mod on here that is physical damage and Impale as a prefix. So the way this works is you basically essence spam your deafening contempts. Alright, so we're going to have this on the weapon, and you're doing that till you hit your T2 physical hybrid, right? At least a T2. And then once you hit this, you then are basically Shaper slamming the orb, or I'm sorry, you unveil Exalted. You do the new Veil Exalt to unveil prefix, and you're aiming to get the increased fizz let's see, physical. You're aiming to get the increased in phys with the impale here. So what you end up having is like 23%, you know, an average of 23% chance to impale. A black border around your stream, not full screen. Oh, it's because I'm a widescreen monitor right now, so it's not gonna stretch the aspect ratio that way. Let me try. I don't think I can adjust that. It might be a little bit hard for you guys to see. I don't know if in POV there's a way to adjust your... Does anybody know if in POV if there's a way to adjust the ratio? That's true, I could adjust this real quick. It's gonna mess up my game display, but that's fine for right now. Yeah, because of like the stuff that because of some DirectX 12 weirdness with Streamlabs, I had to do a display capture instead of a game capture. So I'm taking my whole monitor now. Let me try to scale this out a little bit more. Is that better for you guys? Is this more readable? Try to blow it up a little bit more. That might be better. Oh yeah, this should be better. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're basically essence spamming to get the adds 30 to 70 fizz damage, at which point you're hoping to hit that T2 at least. You're hoping to hit at least T2 on the fizz. And then once you do that, you're going to, you know, do the prefixes can't be changed, and then you do the Veil Slam. And you're hoping to get this increased, this impale enemies on hit with attacks that we now get with the new Veil Exalt orbs. Because we can get impale chance on our weapon, it means that we can swap our tree around a little bit so that we don't have to run impale support on our setups. And then after this, you would then do harvest add remove for the attack speed, and you're hoping for at least a T2, but we'll just do T3. And then after that, you're going to Shaper Slam it, and the idea is that with Shaper, you're going to hit the critical strike chance, ideally. So you want something like this. And this is essentially like what you're... This is basically the weapon that I have right now for the most part. And then you just bench craft on crit multi. Or in my case, no, it seemed better to do the critical strike chance. Critical strike chance. I don't know if it'll let me do this on top of the other one. What odds of the slam? There's different things you can get with Shaper Slam. So you can get like critical strike chance like this. You can also get the critical strike multiplier right here. The worst thing that we could slam, which is very unfortunate, is movement speed. And movement speed doesn't like affect us, right? Because we use Cyclone of Tumult. You can also get a +1 to endurance charges and a +1 to power charges. So mine actually has +1 to power charge on the weapon. And then I'll just build it like mine is right now. Or, you know, what I actually could do is just take my weapon from game and import it. So this is the weapon that I have.
The Empire lives on.
Okay.
And so do its most loyal of servants.
This is what we crafted today. We still have Fortify. We still have Fortify. So I have Fortify on my chest. That's how we still get Fortify. So anyways, this is the new staff that we craft. Long story short, this is the new staff that we craft that has Impale on it. I'm going to swap over to that. Right, sorry, wrong thing. Right here. Alright, so this is our new staff. You can see how much more damage we do. Now, because we are sitting at a really high Impale chance, this means we can drop nodes. We can spec into these points right here.
And we can drop our Impale support gem. We are running a cluster jewel setup on this setup, so we'd probably have to drop a few points somewhere. We would drop these. And we would probably drop... What else would I drop here? We drop this. For right now. And then what we can do is we don't need to run Impale anymore. You can see like we only lost 2 million damage when we dropped Impale, and if we swap our Cyclone over to a different support, like in my case I'm using Infused Channeling, we get the same amount of damage, but we also get the damage reduction that comes with Infused Channeling. And then for our General's Cry, we can run the Brutality. So that staff basically solves our Impale for us. I also want to be taking this. And I'd probably shut off a few points. The other thing too is Lethal Pride on my setup that I'm running might be better now. So we're going to go ahead and copy this jewel. And we're going to import this into the POB. This might or might not sim better than Light of Meaning. I don't think it is right now. Add it to the build. Yeah, no, Light of Meaning is still better. Okay, at least in this setup. So yeah, we basically drop Impale off of our main weapon. My staff took about like 25 to 30 divines to craft today. But it sells for about 55 to 70 on trade right now. I could double the profit if I sold it. Yeah. Impale basically is like scaling fizz damage is the best way to think of it. You're basically impaling the monster with a bunch of spikes, basically. It does a bunch of scaled fizz damage. Yeah. So yeah, something like this, and then let's save this. And then if we go here, we can activate Infusion. Enemies at close range. We have our power charters, endurance charters, we're fortified, we have our rage, we're leeching, and we blocked. And then we plopped down our banner and we have blood, maximum pride. So this is basically our burst window for single target on the changes. On a fully optimized setup with cluster jewel. Honestly, I might remove the cluster jewel from this version of the tree, just because it's so rare, and just keep it on the Giga in-game, to be honest. So what we might do is go to the crit conversion tree here, and I think what I'm going to do is change this. I'm going to get rid of the cluster jewel setup, which buys us back a bunch of points for the tree. And I'm going to spec it like I have my character right now. So we're taking 40% here and 10% here. And we'll take the 10% right here. I think this is going to be more realistic for around level 90. And then we just drop the cluster jewel. So now we have a 90 crit tree. The most expensive thing on here would be Light of Meaning. Well, actually, the most expensive thing is crafting the weapon, of course, and then Light of Meaning. Still big improvements. Yeah, we're gonna fix the Giga tree in a second here. I'm just trying to think about this level 90 tree a little bit. Let's go to the one that doesn't run Abyssus, right? And we're gonna swap in the better staff, and we're going to drop the cluster jewel setup, and then we'll allocate in the same thing like we have on the other one, like that. And we can change, we also went into the Impale nodes here and took the Impale Mastery. We did drop these 2 points here. Where did I scale back on other points? Oh, we dropped the Rage, yep. Okay, so we're gonna drop these. Alright, so this is the level, so this is basically, and we gotta fix our supports. So Desecrate's gonna move to a weapon swap, just like we had on this one. We'll do Desecrate, swap with Blood Rage for bossing. And then our General's Cry becomes a 6-link. We can then drop Impale and run Infused Channeling. Damage reduction. You can activate Infused Channeling here, like so. I posted a YouTube video today, Elma, on crafting the staves. Just for your information, you need to allocate the Impale Mastery for Ignore Physical Reduction. Impale is a reflect and not considered you doing damage to hit. Impales damage dealt to enemies impaled by you, ignores enemy. Okay, that's fair. No, I got you, Fumbles. Let's go ahead and do that in our trees then. Let me fix the other tree too. Alright, so now we've removed the cluster jewel setup from both trees. It's a bit more realistic. It's actually kind of crazy how much more damage you get because of Abyssus. If I swap in Abyssus here, it's so much more damage. Just make sure these are pretty identical. Don't see anything different. Second best in slot home is Elevator Elder with nearby enemies take increased phys damage and the Merc fortification mod. Okay. Alright. Okay, so basically I've updated the 2 crit trees. One is going to be a little bit more tankier. I'm also going to put in here, so we're going to put like a new line. Desecrate.
bossing. Okay. That's, I think, good version. Yo, I sent you a staff. Has chance to find it. It's a pretty good staff. Nice. Pretty good. Have you considered Admiral's Arrogance and dropping rage points? Admiral's Arrogance. What is that, an item? The only problem I have with unique gloves is we're already running a few uniques, and this build kind of struggles for life and resistances. So, I mean, we're getting life resistances on our gloves, and we kind of need that on the build, to be honest. Plus, this gives us intimidation, which is really nice. Alright, I think this is a bit better of a level 90 tree. It's going to be... the ground slam is being used by our General's Cry, which is like a auto ability that goes off in the background. Runegraft of the Bound. Have they implemented Runegrafts yet into PoB? I don't think they have. Unless you have to right click the mastery after you... No, okay. Yeah, we could definitely allocate that in. I don't know if they've updated PoB to do that yet. Okay, so we fixed these two trees. The other thing I'm going to add to these trees, at least for right now, is we'll add a determination in here, because this is my recommended ore to run with a mercenary. Mercenary aura determination. So I get that question a lot. You can see just how much PDR that gives us. And it will just make the tankier version that much tankier. Okay. So I think that does it for these two trees with changes. I think when you're running Uber Lab, I'm going to keep Sunder for when you're leveling through the campaign and early maps, because you may not have access to Ground Slam with Earth Shaking. But I think by this point you should make the swap over to Ground Slam with Earth Shaking. Then we have our Giga in-game tree. So we're going to do the same thing here. Oh, the other thing I did was I removed a Leap Slam completely from the build, so we'll fix that also. We're not using Leap Slam. Oh no, this is just one.
that. Let me go check the playlist in a second here. Does this every time. Overwrote the other thing. That. Okay. Oh man, but I just got the crazy crystal MTX for Sunder. I mean, it's fine all the way through to when you get to like, I think, you know, later content. But I do recommend using the ground slam one. Okay. Then we'll add determination from our mercenary. Like that. Alright, let's fix this. We're going to be running ground slam instead. Times 2. And we're going to be running Awakened Brutality. Alright. So Fumble's Ground Slam of Earth Shaking does slightly more damage, and the AoE spread feels pretty good on it. Your Merc has Curse on hit and you have Poacher's Mark. Will that result in 2 or 1? It gets overridden top. It's like an Animate Guardian. You'd have to have something on the Mercenary that allows them to also apply an additional curse. So it doesn't quite work that way. Alright, we're also going to swap over to... That's fine. Nah, you probably had the right inclination there, Fumbles. I don't know, Japino, if I can actually simulate a double anointed Abyssus in POV. I don't know if it'll let me do that. Because it's not technically a blight item, I can't really anoint it. If you have your item in game, you can link me, I can put it into POV. That's what I was saying. If you have one, you can link me in game, like the one you made for yourself. I can sim it into POV. Okay. This looks pretty good. All right, so we got to fix the leap slam situation because we're not using leap slam anymore. I'm just gonna move this over here real quick and look at my character. So I've got
The Empire
cast with
lives
damage
on,
taken.
and so do its most loyal of servants.
Sweet. You remember we had anointed on the Stampede before you got the curse ring? Thanks Musashi for the sub. Wow, thanks Fumbles for the sub, tier 1. It's amazing. Thanks to Rolo for the follow, Judge for the follow. I was using Titanic impacts, but also I think Serpent Stance might be better. That's another option there. But yeah, this was the one I was using. Alright, so we're going to put in the Giga Abyssus item. This will be our Giga in-game helm. Oh wait, we're in the wrong tree. This goes here, and Giga in-game gets this helm. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Musashi. Alright, so let's fix the Leap Slam situation, because we're not using Leap Slam anymore. So we can delete this. Precision, Arrogance, Frost Rage, Blood Rage, Pride, that's all fine. Assassin Mark. A Cyclone or Flesh and Blood Sand. Yeah, okay, so all that's fine. So we're just deleting Leap Slam out of here. Mark the Prey. I forget where that is. Yeah, it's really good. There'll be a PUB review for channel channel points. I'm gonna be, once we make these edits, I'll go ahead and update the PUB stuff for you guys to pull. Alright, let's go back to these first trees. We do not have enough mana to use XYZ. Oh, that's because I put, that's because I'm simming determination right now and it doesn't understand that I'm not running it on this character. And then the dexterity requirements. Yeah, okay. Honestly, I kind of just want to get rid of the PDR tree, but I understand why some people would want this to, they don't want to run a business.
The Empire lives on, and so...
Wow, thanks Down for the Prime, much appreciated. Did I do that in my guide? So I'm using Soul of the Brine King now. Should probably update actually. I would actually recommend Arakali over Brine King once you have the Anoint. It's the enemy at close range. Where's this mod coming from? I see it on these two trees, but for whatever reason it doesn't pop up on this one. Yeah, I think Arakali and Ralakesh I recommend. By this point, you know, like Abyssus? Yeah. Yeah, when we have Storm Shroud, we don't need Brine King anymore. Oh, you know what? No, I have my one Abyss Jewel there, and the other one should be in the belt. It's not in the belt. Did I delete the jewel from the tree? We'll need to fix that. So this needs to be the other Abyss Jewel. Yeah, we need the two Abyss Jewels to activate Storm Shroud. So we fixed that. We need to fix that on this tree. Need 2 of those for Storm Shroud. You get in-game tree. So the way we handle freeze Sada is there is a jewel on the level 90 trees. This jewel is called Storm Shroud, and it says modifiers: a chance to avoid being shocked, apply to all elemental ailments. So we then run 2 Abyss Jewels that each have 50% chance to avoid being shocked, which gives us a 100% chance to avoid being shocked. And because we have a 100% chance to avoid being shocked, we have a 100% chance to avoid all elemental ailments, to include freeze, chill, all that stuff. So that's how we do freeze immunity. It's with this unique jewel, and then 2 Abyss Jewels that have the 50% chance to avoid being shocked. Whereas when we get to the endgame tree, like the Giga endgame tree, you run a Mage Blood, and you have a flask that just gives you freeze immunity. Do I have that here? I hope I do. I have immunity to poison. Ooh, I do not have freeze immunity on a flask. I gotta fix that. Now I'm running Storm Shroud here. Wait, what? Chance to avoid being shocked. Oh, right. I understand what I'm doing. Got it. Yeah, Storm Shroud, but we also have Shock Avoidance here. Plus the 70% increased effect. Yeah, okay. You could do that too, Ashley. Yeah, and you could save up a jewel. You don't have to do everything exactly like my POB, right? This is just meant to be a guide for like different stages of how you could build the build. I am gonna do something, I think, with this, though. I don't know why this is glitching out on the POB here, but it treats it like this doesn't exist on this tree. When it should be there. From this node. That's why your damage is falling off, Luan, because you're not crit yet. But yeah, once you go crit, it should start to ramp. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copy of this, and we're going to scale this back a little bit for a more entry level to crit. So this will be like copy, crit conversion, early, how can I phrase this? Crit conversion, early swap. Because this is a pretty invested setup right here. This isn't cheap. So what I want to do is simulate like a crit conversion that is a bit more realistic for players that don't game as hard as I do. Alright. So on the early swap tree, we're going to make a few changes. We're not going to use Storm Shroud, and we're not going to use Light of Meaning. We're not going to use any of the jewels, actually. We're going to go ahead and just spec out of those points. Like that. We're also... Abyssus is fine. That's relatively cheap. Stampede is mandatory. The rest of this is fine. The only thing that's unrealistic Yeah, I feel like Abyssus is cheap enough, right? Diamond Flask, obviously. Roomies, Stampede, that's all standard. We're gonna make a more realistic staff for this build, I think, for the swap to crit. Yeah, so all this stuff is simple, right? This is all gear that you can craft yourself. Roomies is cheap, Stampede is like a divine-ish. This is all stuff you can craft easily. Abyssus is whatever. So the staff, what we'll do is create custom. Craft item. And we're just gonna do like a simple spam a couple like I did in the video. We'll change the quality of the base to 27. And it's just gonna be like spam essences of contempt until you hit like a T6 or 7 hybrid. Something really easy. Yeah, I'll put it at like T7 even. And then you're gonna benchcraft on the physical damage. Something like that. And I think that's more realistic of an item right there. And then we'll call this edits level 90 crits early, like that. We can unallocate that right there. And I think that's more realistic of an item. The rest of this gear looks fairly realistic. And then we'll go to the crit conversion tree, and we'll rename this thing to level 90 crits, high investments. Yeah, I think like something around the 600 PDBS range is pretty realistic. Okay. We don't care about the unset ring. We'll fix that too in a second. Okay. I'm just double checking. So we still have, we're still going for the bleed stuff early on, which was a huge thing that Zarek helped us out with. So that's pretty good. Then we make our swap to Cyclone. We take the mana early on to help. Take attribute nodes to help. We continue to scale out as we level. Cool, we're 77. We're still Resolute Technique. And then basically now I'm advertising to players you should be running crit at 90. You should be crit right now with these points on the tree. And I think this is fairly realistic gear that people can aim for. Yeah, so early on, AKM, we run some bleed nodes so that we can beef our Sunder so that it does like really heavy damage to bosses. It like makes bossing so much better taking all these bleed nodes. And you also take this mastery that has 60% increased damage with hits and ailments, which just makes it feel really good. And then when we go Cyclone, we respec out of that stuff because we're no longer doing a dot thing, we're doing a hit-based thing. Someone just linked me something or did something in game. We hit it big. Oh, what do you craft now? T2 hybrid. Chance to poison. Hey, you got the T1 attack speed. Nice. 30 divines. So none. I was slightly mistaken. Apparently there's like a 1% chance that you can not hit the guaranteed percent fizz. It's extremely rare. So we have a couple points we can work with. I think we just take these nodes here to buff damage. And that should be fine. Yeah. 3% increased global critical strike chance. I'm gonna change this to the implicit on the unset ring. I'm gonna change this to this. And we'll call it a diamond ring. How important are stampede boots? You need them to run Tumult. Can you check the link for General's Cry? Am I seeing it wrong, or is there only 5 sockets used? There should be 6 sockets now for General's Cry. I've updated to a 6th link, and then I've specified here we use Desecrate as a swap with Blood Rage for bossing. I mean, there's not much we can do, Kaz. Like, it's socket pressure. When you go crit, you have to run precision against arrogance and reserve it against your life, because we don't have the mana. If you want to run a unset ring with Leap Slam, you can. But the problem is, like, you got to understand, when we go Cyclone of Tumult, we are ramping up our Cyclone, right, up to 5 stages. When you Leap Slam, you stop spinning, and then you lose all those stages. Whereas if you Frostblink from pack to pack, it doesn't disrupt your Cyclone, so you don't lose any stages. And when you Frostblink into enemies, your cooldown is basically less than a second. So that's kind of the way I look at it. I'd rather have full uptime on my Cyclone. I guess there's moments where there's nothing on the screen and you could Leap Slam around, but yeah. It's not technically wrong. You can run it in a ring if you want to. We just we're starved for sockets, and on my character here, I preferred to get a ring that had the implicit for Dex and had really good stats. And also, you know, I picked up this cursed enemies with bone ring pretty cheap, and there wasn't like an unset ring that had a curse on it that I could buy at the time. So like, I'm not running Leap Slam on this particular character simply because I didn't have a ring I liked that had the stats to run it. Oh, heck, that's because I had POB scaled in. Let me fit to screen. There we go. Yeah, so my rings have stats that I was looking for that I couldn't find in an unset ring, and I'd rather not use Leap Slam and take care of my resistances and have my curse and have like my attributes and all this other stuff than just have the Leap Slam. It's, yeah. So, yeah guys, I'm gonna, I'll tweak the POB a bit more. I know it's small again. But I think we made some good changes there. We have a more realistic early level for crit. We have a crit conversion. And then we have our crit conversion and PDR for a more tanky crit build. And then we have the Giga Juice build. Japoni, you mentioned you mentioned adding one other thing to the Giga build besides the Abyssus. There was something else you mentioned adding there. I forget what the second item was. If your weapon has 5 red sockets and 1 blue, if there are a 6-link rune, you can use Concentrated Effect for the 6th link. Hey Sanavi, I'm about to make the switch for crit. I never played a crit build. Any tips? Yeah, make sure that you're as close to hit cap as possible. So you're going to want to run precision for extra accuracy and crit chance. If you have trouble being hit capped, you're going to want to run this accuracy cluster right here, Eagle Eye, which will give you a bunch of crit chance and accuracy, and you can take the mastery for more accuracy. That's the most important thing. And then if you can shuffle points around in your tree to start taking like the crit multi stuff up here for disemboweling and the mastery. If you got a link to it, Japoni, I can add it to POB. I don't know if you've crafted your misted yet. I think those are some pretty good changes, guys. So I will update the POB later, and then I'm planning on doing like an update video sometime in the next day or so, and I'll have the POB on there and everything. Have you looked at Starcaller any yet? I have not looked at Starcaller. I'll actually show you guys this. You may or may not be interested in this because you all probably just want to play Cyclone, but I do like to play different builds in PoE. I don't like to just do one build the entire league. I'll maximize, or I'll zoom in again on this. But I think the next character I'm going to make, probably sometime in the near future, is I've been playing around with Wave of Conviction. New Wave of Conviction. Just replace reduce with increase in POV. Okay. Let me add that real quick to POV. Replace reduced with increased. Alright, edit, increased. Oh, that's crazy juiced, yeah. Go Flicker, but in all honesty, you should really try Smite, yeah. And, sorry, Impale is in place with Infused Channeling all POBs. Just when we go... I actually need to fix that on the early crit version. So, on this version, it's been adjusted. On this version, we actually should still be running Impale, because we don't have it on the staff. Or on our setup. Yeah, we don't have the extra Impale on the setup. But for simplicity's sake, I could just run the tree like this, so that way people aren't having to move their points around as much, because you should still get 60% from the gems. So you get 12, 15 here, 25, 35. You get 40% here. I think this still caps you. Let's look at calculations for Cyclone. Impale chance is only 85%. Okay. So on this one, we might actually swap out Infused Channeling for Impale on the early version. And I actually am going to make all of these gems 20 instead of 21. It's also a little bit more realistic. Do the same for GC. Okay, save this. The amulet, yeah, I'll do that in a sec. I don't think we have 100% uptime power charges in that crap script. We do have 100% uptime charges, docs. When you're doing single target and you're fighting something for more than 2 or 3 seconds, it's going to start to ramp your power charges. You're not going to have 100% uptime power charges when you're fighting mobs and you're just blasting through them in a map. But I guarantee you, when you're doing Exarch and you're just blasting away on him with your Cyclone, you're going to have your max power charges as long as your Assassin's Mark has 20% quality. I'm going to fix it in a second, Japone. Yeah, as long as your Assassin's Mark has 20% quality, you're going to have those power charges on a single target fight. 100%. I'm just fixing this tree real quick because we have to run a Pale on here. So we have Impale on our Cyclone again, which means we can spec out of these points. And I actually will probably put them down here. Like that, maybe? No problem, docs. Alright, so we fixed the level 90 because we don't have the nice stuff on the weapon there. But we do on this version, which is why we dropped Impale here. On the Giga endgame, did we fix this one too? Yeah, this one's been fixed also. On the Giga endgame, we're going to anoint the amulet. We have influence there. What did I have on my other amulet that we're not using anymore? Oh, that's right, enigmatic defense. Yeah, we need that. That's why our spell block isn't capped right now on the build. Anoints. Enigmatic defense. Okay. Save. Yeah. For the leveling trees fumbles, I didn't want to specify any specific gear. I only put a weapon in just to kind of tell people like, hey, this is kind of like you want to use a staff with like some kind of fizz roll. I didn't want to get too nitpicky with the gear because I didn't want to tell people like, if people don't know, they might think, oh, I have to get a Carnage Heart, you know? So I left it pretty vague for the leveling sections. It's only once you start to get like in your mapping, right? Like white maps that I start to say, hey, use armor gear. Use chaos resistance rings, etc. I reference Hegeonymies because it's a decent staff and it's usually pretty cheap. Alright, I'm going to work on this later a little bit. When to swap to crit. I'm going to make a note here because advertise swapping to crit ASAP after getting to maps. Alright. I will work on the PUB a little bit more later. Okay. I think we covered everything, right? Should I go Whispers of Doom if my mercenary applies one on hit? His curse will probably override your Assassin's Mark, so I don't think that's going to work extraneous. You don't get an additional curse just because it's like when you play with other players. I think that covered everything. Oh yeah, I was going to show you guys. I'll do that real quick. So you're probably not interested in this because you guys are like maybe just here for the Cyclone stuff, but I do play different builds. And one of the things I've been thinking about is a Wave of Conviction of Trathis, which looks kind of interesting numbers wise. So this is the current tree that I'm kind of simming for this guy. And the numbers look pretty promising. It's insanely tanky. And I've got it at to about, I've got the damage up to about 5.5 million dot damage or ignite damage right now, which is the equivalent of like, what, 15 million hit damage? And the defenses look pretty good. The helm has Throat Seeker and Titanic Impacts. No, Titanic Impacts, yeah, and Throat Seeker. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me make an update in the POB for that too. Fix regex. Thanks. Yeah, this is probably gonna be my next character I play. I'm gonna test this out. Gear is pretty simple. We're just using an obliteration wand and a dawnbreaker, and then for the gear, it's just essentially, just all like some spell suppression, life, and armor with resistances, like no unique items. I mean, I do have a death rush on here for the adrenaline, and just a taste of hate. So this is pretty cheap stuff right here. The cluster jewels will probably be the most expensive thing for a couple divine, but it looks pretty promising, like for maybe a, you know, low investment build. And I might be able to scale this up to maybe 10 million ignite damage or higher. Oh, the end-game plate? Yeah, that's going to be fun. But this will be my next character, I think. I don't think I'm going to post a video on it until I like get it to end-game and scale it out and see how it plays. But if you guys don't know what that ability looks like, it's really fun. I'll show you real quick. I started leveling a character for it. Transform, fit to screen. No. Click the wrong thing. Transform, fit to screen. There we go. I thought of trying to find a build that uses Veneris' Astrolabe. What skill do you think would be good? I don't know, Down. I'd have to think about that. But this is the character that I have so far. I gotta obviously level it up, but I would start playing with this. I'm gonna be doing this off stream. But the ability is super fun to use, and I think I can make it like scale the cast speed and the radius and stuff. Essentially, you run around and you just whoop, explode on things. And what I'm thinking is I'll shield charge in to a pack, plop my stuff down, and then we'll have obliteration, which will just like spread pops everywhere. You just go into a pack and you'll plop down your stuff, blow everything up, go down to the next pack, plop, go down to the next pack, plop, and then everything will ignite because it's elementalist. I'm going to scale it with heralds, and I'm going to scale it with 4 golems, I think. I think this will be fun. There's something about this that just seems really fun.
Orb of alchemy.
We'll basically just shield charge around the map and blow up packs. Bloop. 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 It's such a dumb skill. Put that in. Is there a specific way to farm rituals?
Yes, things of formative
I'd have to look into it, Dana. Yeah. I've never even used Astrolabe before, so I'm not sure. But the ability seems super fun. So yeah, this is what I'm going to be working on. It's a brand new item. Let me look it up real quick. But yeah, I'm going to basically level this guy up to like maps. I'm going to get it kitted with the gear and stuff, and then I'm going to see what it's like. And if it seems pretty promising, yeah, Young, I'm thinking about doing like a, so basically the idea is it's a Wave of Conviction of Trathus. And it, instead of Wave of Conviction where like it does the radius in front of you in a cone, it does like a giant circle around you, and it spreads out, and then it sucks itself back in, and it so it double taps the enemies twice with damage. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm going to scale it with heralds and golems for buffs, and then we're going to take the new Elementalist Fire Ascendancy. So I tried doing some dumb stuff with Cyclone and Cast Wall Channeling, but we lose so much damage swapping out 2 support gems for that. It like halves our damage. So it might be good as like a mapper, but you'd have to like put some serious investment into it to be able to do like a Cyclone Castwall channeling version of this, because like you just lose millions of fire damage over time, or ignite damage. To do something, my build for this is going to be actually pretty cheap, but if you want to do a Cyclone version of this, like I had the POB up. Right here. So if you see right now, the damage is like 5.5 million dot damage. But if we like try to do a Castwall channeling on this, we'd have to take off 2 supports. And that brings our damage down to like 2.8. It like halves our damage. And the gear investment's really cheap. Just all life and resistance and armor gear, and you know, like obliteration and dawnbreaker. Is there a fire Minor, like the lightning mace that triggers socketed lightning spell on hit with a 0.25 second cooldown? I'm not sure. This Wave of Conviction doesn't have a lightning tag on it. It's just fire and physical. But my idea for this is you'd basically just shield charge around the map, explode on everything, blow everything up. A fire cold version from some expansion. Maybe. Oh no, Young, I'm not like, I'm still gonna play my Cyclone character. I'm just getting to a point where like I did a T17 today. I just gotta get all the expensive stuff to scale out its defenses. I'm gonna still scale that character, but I don't play one character every league. I usually play like 3 to 5 characters. So I'm looking at like the new gems and thinking about things I'd want to test out and play, and this was like something that looks fun to me. Yeah, I typically play 3 to 5 different characters a league. And I also play different game modes. So not only will I play softcore, but I'll play SSF. And every now and then I even make a Ruthless character and I play SSF Ruthless. Because I hate myself. But this will probably be my next softcore character that I make. I think this will be a lot of fun. Yeah. No. This is a completely different build. So I was showing people young. This is what it looks like. I mean, this is what it looks like when it's like really slow and doesn't have any power, right? But basically, you would shield charge around a map a lot faster than this. And when you get to a pack of enemies, you just bloop, blow them up. Get to your next pack of enemies. Bloop, blow them up. And then I'm going to use obliteration, so that way I get explosions and stuff. They pop and explode and things like that. Bloop. And it's going to be like doing ignite damage, basically. Pretty cool, right? You have to picture it in your head being a lot faster than this because we're going to have like way more movement speed and stuff. So we're just going to be blasting through packs. And because we're doing ignite damage, we're going to have ignite proliferation. So our ignites will spread and blow everything up. We're going to have obliteration from the wand. So we're going to have explosion pops and stuff. Yeah. I actually might level this for a little bit because I'm only going to be streaming for probably another 30 minutes to an hour. So I might just level this for a little bit for the end of stream. So I have Righteous Fire of Devotion added to the build because we get the cast speed bonus from it. So it'll burn our mana and we'll get a bunch of cast speed, which will scale our ignites. Yeah, I'm testing out something. I'm not done with Cyclone Ezo, but I do play multiple builds every league. So this is I'm playing around with the new Wave of Conviction Trathos gem. My endgame POB is a lot different pathing than this because I guess I could start to scale my heralds because I'm going to have one pretty soon. You said 2.5 million DPS. You think max it would be higher than that? Yeah, you could do like a Cyclone version of this with Castwall channeling, and with like some serious investment in the build, you might be able to scale it up to like, you know, maybe double that, triple that. So it'd probably be a great mapper. Do I have a POB ninja or a POB for your specific SSF cyclone? I don't have one for like an SSF Shockwave Cyclone. My whole POB beast, or best at Every, was designed around trade. So I don't have like, this is just for SSF. I just have the general POB that you're going to have to tailor if you're playing SSF. Hey, would you recommend your tree 2 in the POB every pass, even past? I'm feeling pretty weak still, not quite sure how to gain currency. I think you should go crit as soon as possible.
Did House Kayaksen send you?
Yeah, but none are specific to his character. What do you mean best?
Time waits for no one.
Oh, the Atlas tree too. You're talking about. Hey, would you recommend your tree 2 in the PB? Oh, I get what you mean, Taint. You're talking about my boss rushing one. Yeah. I think just keep doing expedition and harvest if you don't think like you're up to doing like the boss farm stuff. And then when your build gets a little bit more powerful, you can do the bossing stuff.
So be it. Ashtray.
My hardcore character is still alive, yeah. But funny enough, after I was playing it for a little bit, and then we got off stream yesterday, I started Theorycrafting this character late last night. And I was like, this could be fun to play on Softcore. As like a side character. I was explaining I like to play a couple different characters every league. Yeah, really the only thing I can do now on my my Cyclone guy is I just have to farm up a lot of currency so I can get like specific jewels and things, so I can scale up my block and various other stuff. I did a T17 today and I have the damage, but I just got to get my block capped up higher and do a few things to increase my survivability. This character, in all honesty, is going to be tankier than my Cyclone character if I POV it right. Like, this character will have more tank. Well, it'll have more physical tank than my Cyclone guy. But Abyssus does a big number on our physical damage mitigation. So that's a large reason for that. Is my weapon min-max? No. So I made a decent staff today, Young, but it's not like a giga-juiced endgame staff. Once I throw a couple divines on it to fix the min-max of the rolls, and I put the high simplicit on there, it'll probably be like 1050 DPS, PDPS. Right now it's sitting around 950 PDPS. If I divine it perfectly, it'd be 1000, and I think if I throw the high stuff on there, it'll be maybe 1050 to 1.1k DPS. But technically, like a mirror tier staff is like 1.3, 1.4k DPS. How many channel points for a POB review? Huh, I feel like I followed your POB pretty closely. Do you want me to look at your POB? Is that what you're asking, Tainted? I can look at your POB if you want, like for your character. If you're in my Discord, you can link it, and I can take a look at it. What do you mean you got 700, Ezo? Like your staff PDPS is 700? Yeah, I don't mind looking at your guys' POBs. I'm basically done playing my Cyclone for today, I think. I'm gonna level this guy up for a little bit. Cause yeah, like I said, all I have to do now is farm currency on the other guy. So I'm gonna take a break and do something a little bit different for the rest of today. I'm mostly doing mappers, Donnie. I did send some shipments out, like boat, but it takes like 2 hours for a boat, so I don't even know what's going on with that. Yeah, Ezo, it cost me about 25 to 30 divines to make my staff today, so it was kind of expensive.
The Empire
but that staff sells for like probably 55 to 70 divine. Thanks, Docs, for the sub. Thanks, Taint, for the follow. You put it in the PoE disc. Let me see. I can take a look at it real quick. Gotcha. Okay, so let's go ahead. You're just using regular Cyclone. Get a General's Cry. Okay. Alright, so you're channeling Cyclone. Let's just simulate boss damage. Enemy is within distance. You should have your rage going. Your crit, so you have smashing strikes. What is your assassin's mark at?
The Empire awaits you with
so you may not exactly have power charges going. Thanks, Quig, for the follow. I might be dying right now in PoE. Okay, no. My followers got my back. Followers got the back. Sorry, I'm just fixing some stuff here. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. And that's there, that's fine. Okay. I got mine for 1 something, I'm still in yellow. No, that's pretty good for like 1 divine. Okay, so you're leeching. You blocked recently. You got your fortify, so you're fortified. Okay. Okay, so what's your issue, Taint? Well, let's look at stuff. So your first problem is your gloves are pretty bad. The stats aren't bad, but you have basically no armor value on your gloves, so I would fix that. Likewise, your boots are really bad. You should have several hundred more armor value from these 2 items to help with your physical damage mitigation. Ryslotha's coil is good damage, but you could be running a belt that has life, a higher life roll. You could be running a belt that has chaos resistance. Also, you could be running a belt that has an armor roll on it, so you can get a belt that has like essentially like 300 to 400 armor, or you can even get a belt that has 300 like armor evasion. And if you're running, you're not, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you could be running a belt with more life, chaos resist, and an armor roll on there too to help out with defense. You'd lose a bit of damage, but you'd gain some more beefiness. The other thing I would probably change is your masteries on your staff. I would pick up the recover 2% of life when you block. This is a really nice mitigator because you're blocking constantly. You're just regenerating life essentially. I'd also drop the defense one and take the new one that gives you 3% increased max life for red socket on your staff. That's going to scale. You'll notice that your HP is sitting at 4100 unreserved after, because like you technically have 4500 life. But with, you know, precision reserved, you're sitting at 4100. But if you take this life mastery here, the new one, you jump up to 4500 unreserved life. So you gain 400 HP. And you gain life regen on block, which is, those 2 things are going to make you feel better. I would fix your masteries there. I would probably look into getting better boots and gloves that have high armor rolls while still having good life and resistances. It's up to you, but I would drop the Ryslotha and take a belt that has life, like 120 to 150 life on it, way more life, as well as resistances, as well as an armor roll in particular. If you fix your gloves and your boots, you probably can just keep Ryslothas. There really isn't a downside to it. As long, you know, the only problem with your build 2 right now, which might be ripping you, is you have no chaos resistance, right? So if you come across like anything that does chaos damage, you're gonna get your ass kicked. And the way things work in PoE is 0 chaos resistance and -60 aren't the same. For every percent point that you go under 0, you're actually taking more and more chaos damage. So some people think, oh, if I'm at negative 60% chaos resistance, it's just the same as having 0 chaos resistance. It's not. You're actually taking so much more chaos damage because you're negative 60. I would fix that ASAP. I would probably drop the silver flask, unfortunately. You're not losing too much damage, and I would run an amethyst here. With the armor, I put the armor roll on the amethyst, get 30% chaos resistance there. It's up to you, but you could drop the belt, get another 30% chaos on that with better life on it. And then find someplace else to put chaos resistance on your gear. Getting this fixed is going to make you feel a lot better. Are you using a mercenary that has determination as an aura? Okay, so yeah, we can basically sim that you have determination here. That's going to make your numbers a bit better. Am I missing anything? Yeah, determination on mercenary is really good. I would probably drop these 2 points here and reinvest them elsewhere on the tree. My minion does the work. Yeah, I would say fix your chaos resistance, get better boots and gloves, fix your masteries on your staff. I would probably drop these 2 points here and reinvest them elsewhere. You could even take more life if you really wanted to. Your armor seems just really low, but that's because I think you just have really bad pieces here. Yeah, those are the things I would start with first. You're gonna gain like 400 to 500 HP. You're gonna get that nice recovery when you block. Get more armor, better resistances. Yeah, I'm checking someone's POV right now. Yeah, I would go for a staff upgrade next. That's gonna be your big investment. The other thing, it's up to you. You could drop Abyssus. You're gonna lose some damage, but you are gonna get way tankier. But I think you just run with Abyssus. I think your problem is chaos damage. I think you're probably getting gibbed by certain mobs that are just nuking you because you have no chaos resistance right now. That's my assumption. I'll open up this next one. Alright, Clam, this is yours. Oh, I just closed it. I'm sorry, Taint. Yeah, let me reopen yours real quick. You sure? Okay, yeah, no problem. The big things I changed, honestly, on your tree was I dropped your 30% increased defenses here and swapped this to the new life mastery, and gave you the recover life on block here. I then, I think that was the biggest thing besides looking at your gear and making some suggestions. Alright, Clam, what is your problem that you're having with your build? I don't know what to do on boots. Don't know what to use instead of amethyst flask because chaos res is capped. And just need to get more damage, I guess. Okay, so let's start with your boots. So right now you've got... Oh, I like your foil abyssus. So you've got a enigmatic defense. Yeah, I see your block chance there. For your boots, I would probably say Serpent Stance is a pretty good one here for an anoint. So if we do Serpent Stance on the boots, the next thing I would recommend is get quality on your Assassin's Mark. Yeah, no problem, Taint. Have a good one. Sounds good. If you get 20% quality on your Assassin's Mark, you have guaranteed uptime of power charges when you're bossing, which is going to give you, like, as you can see, another 700,000 DPS, because it's going to scale your crit way up. The other problem I see here is you're running 2 critical strikes. This doesn't add up here. Like, you can't just run critical strike chance on every flask. So you want to fix one of these mods here. I would probably say I would add increased armor to one of these, probably the basalt. Increased armor. Yeah, so let's just make you a new basalt flask.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Ideally gain charges when hit. Okay. So I would say run an armor flask like this. I'm not a big fan of running 2, oh no, okay, 1 life flask, yep. Okay, so you got your armor, you got your freeze immunity, and you've got your diamond, and then you have your release. Okay. So that's good. We've got your anoint on your boots, you've got it on your necklace. You get the craft now from doing the Cold River map jock. So you need to run Cold River, and there'll be a craft outside the boss room, and that's the channeling mana minus mana cost bench craft. Alright, so you're what, level 90 right now, Clam? Your issue is damage. Mm-hmm.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
You're also, are you running a determination on your mercenary clan? Thanks Mose for the sub, Santi for the sub, thanks Quig for the follow.
Awaits you with
Thanks
open
Bronco for the
jaws.
follow. Thank you guys. Alright.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thank you Jock for the follow. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make some suggestions right now. We're gonna cut out this. Cut out this. You are hit capped without precision, it looks like. It's Serpent Stance. Okay, so So this is the decision you're going to have to make, Clam. Me personally, I dropped a Leap Slam and Faster Attack so I could make room for Precision with Arrogance. The reason why I like Precision with Arrogance is it frees up points on the tree. And once again, when we're Cyclone of Tumult, I really don't mind just Frost Blinking around everywhere. But I think if you went Precision with Arrogance... we could then put those points that you had going for that into some extra life on the tree. Like so. So we got your damage up from like 3 million to almost 5.4. I dropped your Cluster Jewel setup because you're not getting really anything out of it, which is the one notable right now. I think this would be a far better situation for you. So now you're sitting at 3,700 life unreserved. You are running Precision with Arrogance, so you might have to cut out Leap Slam and Faster Attacks. That frees up that accuracy wheel. I then got you out of your Cluster Jewel. We took this physical cluster, and we also took this physical cluster. Your damage is now like 6.4 instead of 3 million flat. And your EHP is still pretty good running Determination. I'm a big fan of running points on the tree. I think Cluster Jewels are great once you have the Cluster Jewels and you have your gear and everything situated. But right now you can see that we doubled your damage and your EHP is still strong and your life is still like 3,700 and you're level 90 still on this tree. You're gonna have to make the decision about whether you're cool with cutting out Leap Slam and Faster Attacks though. This is where I would put Precision and Arrogance. Let's see if there's anything else we can do quick while we're here. Let's get rid of this one right here. I will delete you. Oh, and you'll have to, you need your precision and your arrogance to be not linked to the other stuff on whatever item. They need to be like a separate link. So I'm just going to create a new boots here. So essentially you'll have a 2 links, or you'll have a 2 link and a 1-1 or something on your boots. And that's where we're going to put precision and arrogance. Yep, that works. Alright, so now you're at 6.6 million. Thanks D now for the follow. So you're at 6.6 million. What else can we do to improve it? I was doing a lot of ritual and essence farming and stuff like that. Oh, the other thing I would change too, drop the 30% increased defenses here, and actually pick up the new life one. This will get your life up to almost 4K instead of 3,700. So you're gonna swap this mastery right here, because you're gonna get basically 15% life from your staff now. If you feel okay defensively and it's just a damage thing, you can keep this as crit multi. I would probably drop these 2 points here, and you can put them into more crit chance over here to scale your damage further. So now you're at 7 million damage. So we basically added 4 million damage to your build. You're sitting at 3,800 life unreserved. And that's with precision at full max. Have a good one, Docs. Catch you later. Deli's not bad as a moneymaker, but there's like specific strats usually for it. I think that's probably it. As far as your gear goes, looks fine. I would fix your flask like we said, see about your diamond, get your freeze quicksilver. I think those things will probably make your build. You can't have crit chance on all your flasks, Mark. It doesn't work that way. You can't have crit chance on like 4 flasks and it just like it's not additive. You didn't drop Quicksilver, you still have your Quicksilver. Oh, that's right, you are Stampede, duh. Put that Silver Flask back on. Oh, you're not running a Silver Flask? Yeah, we're gonna run a Silver Flask. So we've got your taunt with armor, your extra armor flask, you got your crit. So you're going to run a silver flask. That'll be some more damage. And you can run this kind of with whatever. You could do like a reduced effective chill, curses, shock, whatever like you think will make you feel more comfy. The important thing is that you're just running a silver flask so that you get onslaught, you know. So yeah, now you're at 7.5, so we've added 4.5 million damage to the build. And you're still sitting at 3,800 health, DPS. I think this is probably good. Yeah, I'll send this to you. Yeah, we basically more than doubled your damage. We almost tripled your damage. And you still have the same points. You're not like, you're still sitting at level 90.
There's your POB clam. Where did what come from? Oh, where did all the extra damage come from? 1 second. Let me scale out the POB so you can see it. Give me 1 second here. Alright, this might be easier to see now. Yeah, so basically, we put the anoint on your boots. We fixed your flask setup, right? So we removed the quicksilver and put a silver flask on here, which is like a lot of damage. We fixed the fact that you can only have crit chance on 1 flask. Right, so we just kept it on your diamond flask. We essentially, as far as your tree goes, we got rid of the cluster jewel setup. And then I cut points, I believe, out of these 2 nodes here. I swapped a bunch of points around, but essentially the main thing was we took this physical cluster up here, Martial Experience, with the 40% increased damage against Baron Uniques. We took Bastion Breaker with 10% more maximum physical attack damage. This mastery is super powerful because this is, it's like a support gem. It's more damage, not increased damage, but more damage, which is way higher than increased damage. If you look at your 7.5 million, well, you can't really see it on the tree here. But if you looked at, we have like 7.5 million damage here. When I unallocate this, you lose like 500,000 damage. This is a super powerful node for 1 point investment. And then basically I took this other physical cluster up here with just 40% increased phys damage with skills that cost life. Because we are spec'd into Cannibalistic Rite, our Cyclone costs life. So we essentially get that 40% increased phys damage on our Cyclone. So we grab that. I also grabbed this Critical Strike cluster reel here with the multiplier to scale your crit multi more. Yeah, so we just respect a bunch of damage on your tree. This is not good. Like, it's fine to run cluster jewels later on when you have all your stuff situated, but just speccing into this like that, like, it gains you like 1 million damage, but we gained several million from just putting just moving points around on your passive tree and dropping this all together. And then you could start speccing into this as you increase your level, you know? Grab this, work your way around to this if you want. But, yeah, like, you should only run cluster jewels when like you have all your pieces together to do it. And then basically we grabbed some like things to scale your HP a bit. So we grabbed the new life mastery here on staff. I put points into extra 6% increased life up there, here, and down here. And then for your skills, we dropped that accuracy, we dropped Eagle Eye with the mastery here to free up points, and we have you running precision and arrogance over leap slam and faster attacks. And what else did we do? Oh, that's the other thing. I would get rid of Sunder and run the ground slam of earth shaking. I picked one up that was 20 quality for like 20 chaos. And then if you set that to attack twice, so now it's not like a ton more damage, but it's slightly more damage. And yeah. You can do that, Clam. I would say, like, this is the importance of the cluster jewel is to get Overlord, so we can free up the mod on our chest, so we can make our end game chest. That's the real appeal of the cluster jewel. If you're gonna just put a cluster jewel in this setup, I wouldn't even run a large cluster jewel right now. I would just grab like the crit one. So I would grab like something like this. How long did it take you until you started theorycrafting your own builds? Several years of playing PoE. So you don't recommend Sunder later on? I think Sunder's fine for leveling, but once you get to like maps and stuff, I would just pick up the ground slam of Earth-Shaking Gem. But if you're gonna run a cluster jewel right now until you get like all of your other stuff fixed, I would just run something like this, like Basics of Pain and
Another good one is like pressure points, usually. Usually pressure points is... Those are the two good ones here. And I'd run something like this. And then I would put your next couple points into this right here. Something like that. And then once you have the money to get an Overlord Jewel... Yeah. Well, I mean, look at what we did, right? Your original tree had you at 3 million damage. And by just shifting points around on the tree and tweaking your flask setup and putting the anoint on your boots and fixing your gems up a little bit, I like put 4.7 million damage on your build, and we didn't need cluster jewels to do that. And with this kind of damage, you're just going to blast T16s basically. And then if you want to put a cluster jewel in for your next couple points, I would do something like this. And you're sitting at like 9 million damage. But you're going to need like a really... You're going to need a better weapon, honestly, to push in, you know, higher damage. And then you're going to need to... If you want to run cluster jewels, I suggest, like... You can run cluster jewels. You're just going to have to shift points around off your tree. The first thing I would drop is probably this. This is the weakest of the 3 physical clusters up here. So I would drop this one first. I would drop this one, but leave the other 2. And you can see, like, at 92 points, with this cluster jewel, this medium cluster jewel, we have roughly the same damage. If I take all of these points out, right, so this is 4 plus 7, so you have 7 points here. These 7 points give you the same damage as these 5 points right here. You get the same, actually, these 5 points do, like, 70k more damage than the 7 points you invest in just a medium cluster setup here. People really underestimate the power you get from the passive skill tree. Like, cluster jewels are super good, but like, you need to have all the pieces, your skill gems, your gear, everything needs to be situated so that when you run cluster jewels, it makes sense in the build. There's a synergy there. Because there's a lot of power you can get from the passive tree. You said swap out of Sunder for Ground Slam of Earthshaking, right? Yeah, I'd probably do it once you get to maps. Sunder is great for mapping, and honestly, Sunder is great for leveling, and it's great for mapping too, but when you can just like get a Ground Slam gem of Earthshaking, I would just pick one up. So this is what I recommend you do now with your flasks, your gear, your gems, and your tree. And then if you want to do your own thing with cluster jewels, it's different than what I'm doing on the PUB. Feel free to experiment, but do not underestimate the power you get from your passive skill tree. So yeah. I got a crazy good staff, but I don't know how to proceed. Could you help me? Oh, no, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, Clam. Sunder is perfectly fine. I'm only using Ground Slam of Earthshaking because it's just slightly better, right? But by all means, there's nothing wrong with Sunder. Like, it's a great ability. It does basically almost the same damage as Ground Slam of Earthshaking. It just has slightly worse AoE. The really nice thing about the Earthshaking gem is it does like a 180-degree radius. It does like a 180-degree radius, so it just has more spread when you're mapping, and it has nice spread when you're bossing. That's really why I like it. It just hits more area on the screen. So like when you're bossing in particular, sometimes when the Sunder goes off, it's gonna not sometimes hit the boss. But like the Ground Slam has such a wide AoE, it's almost always gonna hit the boss. Also sitting on 3 Divines, not sure what my next upgrades would be. Honestly, I would take the 3 Divines and probably craft a better weapon. Because like if you're concerned about damage, like crafting like even a slightly better weapon than what you have is going to add a couple more million damage to the build. So you always want to be focused on upgrading your weapon, right? Always focus on upgrading your weapon. I did a crafting video, CJ, on what I recommend you do to make a staff, and you can make a pretty cheap staff that's going to give you more than enough damage to be able to get through T16s like I did. And I explained in the video how to find it on trade and how I would craft it. Yeah, Seda, if you're in my Discord, you can drop the POV and we can take a look at it. Yeah, TD, if you do the exclamation filter command in chat, it'll give you my Google Drive for the filter. I use the same supports that I was using for Sunder Maurice. I just swap it out. It's just another slam skill basically that does physical damage. Yeah, no problem, CJ. The harvest crafts I was doing was reforge physical. Oh, you're talking about so I'm using, so when you're doing the multi-crafting, right, you're using the add and remove speed. Yeah, Clam. Like I said, the cluster jewel, mostly the cluster jewel is important because it has the overlord on it, which gives us the fortification, right? So in my opinion, and the reason why you haven't seen me I haven't done cluster jewels yet on my character, and it's blasting, is because I only want a cluster jewel with overlord. I get enough power from the tree that right now I can spec into jewel slots on my tree. That's going to give me, you know, spaces for forbidden flame and flesh and stuff like that. But the cluster jewel for me is to get overlord. And once I have that, then I'll take points off my tree to invest in that cluster jewel, and then I'll start scaling other cluster jewels off of it because I'm now invested in that part of the tree. But until I can get a cluster jewel with overlord, there's just no value in me taking one right now. Oh, it's still zoomed in, sorry. Thanks, Bacon. What ores are you using? My character's kind of squishy. I use all offensive ores, Brad, and I have a mercenary that's using determination. Alright, guys. Is this your POB, Seda? Are you Zerdao in Discord? Zerdao? T3 attack speed is fine, Black. Yeah, I actually have T3 attack speed on my staff right now. I've actually updated my POB since then. Hey, I appreciate it, L4. Yeah, I'm running infused channeling on my character right now for more DR. I got rid of the level 90 resolute tree, Daniel, because I don't think you guys, I think I was misleading you guys into thinking like you should be running resolute technique early on like that. So there is no more level 90 resolute technique tree, there's just the level 90 crit conversion early tree. You should already be crit when you're level 90. I think I miscommunicated that with the POB, so I've removed it and I've made like a very early entry crit conversion tree, and then I have more of a invested crit conversion tree, and then we have our actual Giga in-game tree. This is the new POB I'm working on. I'll put this in chat right now, just so you guys know this isn't like polished yet, so there's things that I'm going to tweak in it before I actually update everything. But if you want to take a look at it, this is currently the most up-to-date POB for the build. It still needs work, so there's going to be things in there that I got to tweak that aren't entirely accurate, but that's kind of like the thought process where it's going. Probably not going to do a Star Caller build, Viv. I'm actually playing around, I don't know if you saw, but I'm playing around with this new build I've come up with for the new Wave of Conviction. And the idea, it's actually kind of fun. We're going to, We're going to shield charge around and we're going to explode, ignite, proliferate everything with the new wave of conviction and run like obliteration wand to spread pops and stuff. We'll just go into a pack and we'll blow them up. And then we'll shield charge into another pack. And our ignites are just going to spread everywhere. So you got to imagine this being a lot faster because we're going to have way more movement speed and damage and stuff. But essentially we'll just run into a pack of enemies. We'll plop down our wave of conviction. They're going to all blow up. They're going to ignite. They're going to spread their ignite to everything around them. We're going to have obliteration, so we're going to be exploding everything. And I'm going to spread it with like, I'm going to use heralds with the new ascendancy for elementalists. I'm going to use golems for buffing. Plop, they die. Plop, they die. To me, this is just a funny build that I think would be fun to play. And it's actually, I got it simmed out right now to do almost 6 million ignite damage, which is the equivalent of about 16 to 18 million hit damage. And it has about 25k physical mitigation, so it's extremely tanky. And all the gear is cheap. Nothing on there is like this will be like that gear, like that character that I have simmed in POB right now is like way less divine investment than I have on my actual Cyclone right now. You should only be using Desecrate L4 when you're doing like a boss. And by a boss I mean like Eater or Exarch or something like that. Your Cyclone should do enough damage to just kill a map boss. You shouldn't have to ever... You should never be running Desecrate except when you're going to do like a Giga boss, right? Like Shaper, Cyrus. And you need those corpses in the arena. Yeah, no. Look at the new POB I linked in chat not too long ago. It explains. I'm gonna grab a water real quick, guys. Before I grab my water, Sato, is that you in Discord? Are you, which one are you that posted the POB? You can't use the Desecrate in a weapon swap L4. As soon as you weapon swap, your Desecrate corpses spawn away. So you have to actually swap the gem out with something else in your gear. So what I do is, because Blood Rage is completely useless when we're bossing, I just take Blood Rage off my gear and I put Desecrate in when I'm doing like Maven or Eater or something like that. And I just use it in that gem slot on my gear. And then when I go back to just blasting maps, I remove the Desecrate and I put Blood Rage back in. Latest message in the chat. Is it in the PoE help channel? Okay. What is your issue with your build? Yeah, no, you gotta. It doesn't work in a second set L4. It despawns the corpses when you swap back to your main weapon. So you gotta actually swap it into a gem socket on your gear somewhere. So I just remove Blood Rage and I put it in there when I'm bossing. What's the Val Cyclone for? Oh, Bow Cyclone Atonement. Got it. I understand. Never mind. Okay. First thing I'd recommend is you can't run armor increase on 2 flasks like this. So I would just probably remove the one on your diamond flask to something else. Are you using Brine King for freeze immunity? And also, what level is your character? Is your character level 91? Okay. You gotta be careful if you're following what I'm doing on stream. The reason why I dropped Impale on my setup is I have the Impale chance on my staff. So the Impale chance on my staff with this added Impale cluster gets me to over 100%, but you can see that with yours, you're actually at 85% chance to Impale. So that point investment isn't doing as much for you because you don't have what I have on my staff that I crafted today. So I would actually recommend dropping the infused channeling, and I would run Impale instead. And I would then drop those points here. The benefit of why I go this way on this wheel is it's slightly less damage, but you get increased AoE from your Cyclone. So you lose like 600k, but you gain essentially 15% increased area effect if you've killed recently, which is pretty noticeable while you're mapping. I actually prefer this. And I think you had the increased armor here, but I think what we're going to do for you is we're going to scale damage here. You don't really get any benefit out of running iron reflexes because you only have evasion on your boots. You don't have evasion on your chest or your gloves or your helm. So this is basically a waste of points. I would probably pick up here the crit multi-node. Are you running a merc that has determination? Okay. To help out with your defense, I've picked up the endurance charges here and here, if you're feeling a little squishy. You said you're level 92? Oh, interesting. That should work. Yep, there we go. Okay. The other thing I would do to help your damage out is I would quality your Assassin's Mark ASAP. This will guarantee power charges when you're bossing, which is going to give you a couple million more damage from scaling your crit. And it goes without saying, but getting a 6 link on your General's Cry is just going to help you do a lot more damage. But already with those few tweaks and points adjustments, we've added more damage to your build. We've added 2 additional endurance charges to your build. This is kind of the first stuff I would do if I was playing with your character. Yeah, I do something like this to start out with. There's that POB. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I'm kind of the wrong person to ask, sorry, Swinsy. I was able to link 2 staffs and like 400 fusings. Might be the easiest way to just buy a 6-link base, but it's probably going to cost you a lot of fusings. Alright guys, I'm spending the rest of stream Cyclone is never more damage than Cyclone of Tumult, so there's something wrong with what you're seeing there, Brad. Cyclone of Tumult is far more damage. Alright guys. I think I might be done for today. Yeah. I'm gonna play this character for a little bit and level this off stream. I might stream in Discord if people want to watch, but I think I'm gonna hop off Twitch and YouTube for the day. And then tomorrow it's gonna be blasting the Cyclone and you know, saving up money for defensive layers so I can work towards Uber Pinnacle bosses later this week. So yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate you all tuning in. And I'll catch you all later. Yeah, no problem, Bronco. Take it all easy, everybody.